Hey guys, me and Kai are here, and I will be doing some miniatures tonight. Unlike the last few times I've been on web. Thank you for showing up, and yeah, we appreciate y'all. Kai, you're looking good. I know you're like me; you may be a little fatigued. I had a big stream today, and actually there was like 2 hours that nobody saw because the six of us were there talking about things. Hey, Six Nations, how you doing? We were talking about game rules and trying to get everybody straight before we start off because I still don't have a copy of my rules yet, and I need to type more and work on that. Instead, here I am painting miniatures. How you doing? How are you
Great.
today? You,
Just great.
you look like you had a shit week. Let's get this week over with. Let's get this month over with. Let's get this year over with. Fuck it.
Yeah. I've also slept at least twice since Thursday, so I'm doing good.
You know, you probably could use a little more sleep here and there.
The bags don't have bags today, so I'm doing okay. Hi everyone. No, I slept literally for 12. I for 11 hours yesterday, so I got home from work and then died for a
Tomorrow,
solid.
tomorrow we have a housewarming to go to for a friend of mine, Chris, from the other game. And
Nice.
then, yeah, he's just got his first house here in Texas.
I'm
It's in a
watching
nice
Godzilla.
area. No HOA.
That's good.
Dragon Gamers, Six Nations, 31 Kings. How you doing?
Bring on the Apocalypse is definitely I'd be happy with that. But no, I'm going to go see Godzilla tomorrow, so that's all I care about.
Dude, I hope you have a great time. Everybody and their sisters talking about how Godzilla -1 is great.
I know. I'm going to go do my customary morning breakfast with Carmen, and then it's off to go see the movies.
Morning breakfast. What's that ritual?
Every Sunday morning, go out and I go out, have a breakfast, just two of us, just just enjoy things. Yeah, just
That's fucking awesome, man.
yep. Every single Sunday, it's nice.
Um, I'm going to give you and the other people in the chat a recipe real quick. So if you want to grab pen and paper,
I always have one nearby.
good. You need 1 bottle of water, preferably 16.7 ounces. You need an oven-safe mixing bowl. Put the water in.
Okay.
You need a tablespoon measuring unit, and you're going to put in 1 tablespoon of active dry yeast. Active dry yeast, followed up with garlic salt, followed up with local honey.
Alrighty.
Last thing you put in there is an egg. Beat that egg in there, whip the brown out of the yeast nodules, the little granules of yeast. You get that water brown, you get that egg broken up, and then you can start putting in unbleached bread flour from King Arthur. I'm going to put between 2 to 3 pounds of it, about 2 pounds in there. You should start seeing it congeal and become actual usable pizza dough. If it's still sticking to your hands like crazy, it's not ready yet. And then you beat on that pizza dough, work it for about a good 4 minutes, get some air in it, and then put it back in that oven safe bowl, cover it with a damp cloth. And there's a pizza crust. You don't even have to rise it in a conventional oven. Just put it with that damp cloth over it in the fridge for about a day. Let the day pass, and then pull it out, warm up your oven, let it raise for about 50 minutes with another damp cloth, or re-wet the cloth, put the cloth back on top of the bowl, and then let it raise for 30 minutes while you're preparing some toppings. You're going to have one of the best foundations for pizza crust you'll ever have. You always said, like pizza is like the go-to for everybody But the thing
Yes.
with pizza, like you got to have good crust, and
Oh, you do.
that's something you'll discover with it. I like putting that in a cookie sheet and laying some pretzel salt on the cookie sheet, so the dough will gather that pretzel salt. It'll be raised up so it gets cooked underneath properly. You'll have a great pizza.
And I already have an amazing red sauce that I make that everyone will hate me because that'll be 4 more hours of making that sauce.
Well, do that the day before if you can. If you can.
If I can, but yeah, no, I torture people when I make when I do my pizza lasagna or spaghetti sauces because they're just like this is gonna be horrible for the next 4 hours. I'm like, yep, because none of you get to eat it before it's ready.
So I mean that's my recipe from me to you and from everybody that's here on this. You guys want a pizza crust recipe? There you go. Whenever I show you guys pizza porn in my Discord or Gilded, that's what it is.
Yes.
So
no, I don't have that.
You don't
That'd
have
be
what?
fun to make. And that way I wouldn't be doing some kind of pre-purchased dough or crust, which would just be miserable.
There's no reason why you should ever use pre-used crust or prepared crust. That crust is not going to be as nearly good as what it would be from your own hand.
Right. Or God help me, somebody who decides to cut corners and do something like, we're making Bisquick. No, we're not.
No.
Bisquick dough is not dough. That is sad.
It's for pancakes.
Yeah, it's pancake. But no, I had somebody who's like, one of my exes is like, hey, I'm gonna make a pizza. And I'm like, okay, let me start get all the ingredients out to go do something similar to what you just described. And she's like, no, Bisquick. And I'm like, oh God, no. Your mom's a cook. She'd kill you if she knew this. And she goes, I'm not a cook. And I'm like, obviously.
This is what happens when you date women that are below your station. And I don't mean to sound like a complete conceited asshole. But if your girl is saying things like that, like she's not your girl, she was a rental, and you just realized that period expired.
It's quick as for biscuit.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm happy that things are going well for you. Kind of irritated about Garrett needing sabbatical. I know he's needing mental health time because he's just gone through the ringer this year, but like shit, dude.
I know. But I'm not going to fault someone.
I'm not going to fault him for it, but it's just like, damn it. Like, you get your humanity back when you're with friends and, like, they're letting you just be yourself, even if you're just being quiet in the corner. And, like, last Thursday, I was fucked. Or this Thursday, I was fucked. I was tired as shit. Crafting Gamer was kind of quiet, and he had questions. He didn't ask him initially. And then, like, finally, Connell and I finally, like, question. And
my problem was I was too busy working. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just like, just ask me anything. I'll say it. I mean, fuck. I was busy going. Nope. This is my time to actually do something creative. I'm going to do something creative. Damn it.
Well, not everybody knows it or needs to know it, but I mean, you were going through your own shit going on Thursday anyway, because all that had happened.
Yeah.
And so
tired.
I expect you at some point to take a small sabbatical and maybe a larger one if you need to. I can't control anybody, but I mean, I expect you at some point to be like, okay, I got to go be with family, and it might be a while. Okay, that's understandable. But
right.
like, you know, like when your friends are there, like we're not as good as a dog or a puppy, but in lieu of a dog or a puppy, like friends are pretty okay.
Right. But I'm not gonna bitch about it. I'm not like.
No. This kind of makes me laugh because he's like, I'm kind of bummed out, but then again, I didn't die for once in the game, so it balances out.
It's okay. But unfortunately, we won't have a cleric, so we'll have to be smart about how we handle things in Connell's game on Thursday. That will be okay. I think we'll manage.
Mr. Flady, how are you, sir?
Great. Wonderful. Good to see you.
Sunday of next week, I want, if you can, in our Discord channel, we're showing a movie called Lady Ballers.
Oh no. This is weird. This sounds weird.
Lady Ballers is a movie where a coach decides he's going to have his entire basketball team identify as women so they can win some games.
This sounds terrible.
We watched the first 5 minutes of it last night, and I was laughing.
Okay. I'll try to make time to go watch it.
If you can, that's great. I just want to let you know we're doing the discussion on Monday night of next week. Next Sunday we watch it. Lady, gentleman he is, he got a hold of a Daily Wire subscription for me, which he didn't have to do, but I appreciate it. I was already going to look at that this week, and then he's asking me, hey, I need your email address. Fine, here we go. He buys me a freaking year supply. Okay, thank you. I definitely need his physical address, which I got. So I'll make sure I send him something nice. Because that was really nice of him to do that. He didn't have to do that at all. I've lately been getting some really nice things from some of my friends and members and such, and it just I was just kind of floored, like, what? Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
At worst, it's offensive. At best, it's offensive and funny. Well, if I can drag myself away and be free for the night, I'll do that. I'll watch.
Are you playing any games right now, or are you off the computer game circuit for the moment?
What was that?
Are you playing any new games right now on computer, or
anything new?
No, new?
I haven't. But I bought something that I thought was going to be fun, and then proceeded to go, this wasn't fun at all. And I'm playing this weird. If I have some free time, I'll play it. But this odd swashbuckling video game called On Guard, and it's kind of hilarious. It's not my kind of game, but I'm trying very hard to do all this jump rolly swashbuckly shit. I know how to describe it. I know how to run it. I know how to build the characters, but give me an action game that's all about doing Dark Souls, but more hilariously fun. And it's all about dodge, parry, and counters and weird charges. Me and my old man reflexes. I can't do this. This is hard. I'll keep trying, but
yeah, I appreciate that, Flady. I really do. I've been playing Dark Souls. No, not Dark Souls. Dead Cells.
Dead Cells. Yeah.
Castlevania 2D Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
Hey, Janet, how are you? I'm sorry I had to take off real early, but I had to use the bathroom and it wasn't going to hold itself. I'm sorry, hon. We'll catch up over the weekend. We've got tomorrow. Yep. I've been playing that Dead Cells game for like 3-4 years now. Still haven't beat it.
I gotta get around to playing that one, but honestly, I just play the same like 3 video games constantly, and they're my free time. So because they have a pause button, and that's all I need is a pause button, and I'm good. But most games are like, we're all actiony, and I'm like, no, I need to hit pause and stare at it for about an hour to go figure out what I want to do next, and then hit unpause, do 3 things, then hit pause, and then go to sleep or go to work.
Sorry about the percolator in the background. I need drink, so
I understand.
Drink. Working on my little. I don't know if this is a kobold or just a little devil fig. Looks like Reaper Miniatures did something.
Looks interesting. I can see it being a little imp or a kobold, more an imp.
Yeah, I'm a fan of imps and kobolds and just small bastard characters, prick characters as I call them.
Well, you need them.
Yeah,
They're interesting.
You live in Peoria, so you probably don't bump into John so much, do you?
Not so much as I would like to.
Yeah, I haven't heard from John Kinzinger in forever. For those who don't know, he used to run the store out of Washington, Illinois.
I want to get back into EVE Online, but things have changed so much since I last played that there's no point in going back.
I got my foot up, Janet.
God, I miss EVE, but no, for my EVE addiction, I've got Elite Dangerous, which is EVE on training wheels, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with just flying around being a merchant and just be like, all I'm here is hauling bodies from one planet to the next and getting paid for it while listening to pretty music. I'm happy with that.
I really wanted to like EVE, and then I started to play it, and the more I played it, the more I was like, probably not my game.
Don't worry. They fucked the entire economy over for what one of my friends is telling me. I'm like, should I come back? And then she's like, no, don't come back. If you quit, stay away. And I'm like, huh? Tell me what's changed. And then she would tell me everything. And I'm like, oh, that's terrible. They go, yep. And all the pirates live in one star system because it's the only one you can travel through now because they fucked over the entire jump web. And I'm like, ew, I'm going to nope my way out of this.
See, the other game that I was thinking about buying was Everspace. Not part 2, but the first.
I think I actually have that one.
Everspace looks like it's a roguelike space sim freelancer style game.
No, I don't have that one. I must have a different one. No, I have Endless Space. Sorry. Yeah, the economy is totally whacked now, and I'm sad because my primary thing I loved doing in EVE was being a miner / space trucker, and now that space trucking is no longer a job because they fucked over the jump web, and now all of
you're not a space trucker. You're a casualty floating in space, watching bits of your ship fly past your face.
Exactly, and so there's no space trucking anymore. Space mining is no longer. Because the economy's fucked, there's no space mining really anymore because they broke one of the ore mining ships. So for a while there, this one class ship was able to over mine everything until the devs went, oh shit, did we do that? And when they nerfed the ship, the problem is there's now so much ore now in the economy. There's no money to be made for being an ore haul. At least for the next year or so, there's no money to be made for being a miner. Well, you can still make money, but not like you could make how you used to make money. And it's really hard to get out to nullsec space, to get moving properly. And it's like, man, I don't want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, but I don't at the same time. But boy, do I love the spaceships. Because I just do. I love my Caldari warships so much. And Amar can go fuck itself. And Galates is just simply green shit that they took a heat gun and just blow it and melted it all down until it was smooth and meh. But it's not gold, so therefore it's good. And Minmatar is the fucking best goddamn ship ever because it's literally just Legos. I just threw some fucking crap together and it included an engine on it. It's space engineers with spaceship. Fucking go. Yes. It is Space China Belt Road. Fuck. I think the Chinese are actually nicer than the space pirates.
Yeah, I didn't ever get into Eve. It looked fun. It looked like the type of game I wanted to play. Has the right mentality to space economy game. Looks awesome. But with no greater powers to offset the player base, which kind of got out of hand. And when I say kind of, I mean, what the fuck? They completely destroyed the game.
They did. And it's hilarious. It's a game that I enjoy listening to and reading about and following, but not playing anymore.
Yeah, you can't play it anymore because it's just like...
But that's okay. There are other games that no other game will ever match it. But boy, there are other games that can give you a good enough feel. So that way, if you want to just have fun, I really just suggest Elite Dangerous. If you want the Eve experience without having Eve, kicking your ass, just go play Elite Dangerous. It's almost the same game, but with smaller ships. And the whole galaxy is out there to explore, and it's so much fun to go out there and look around. It's so nice.
The game that I actually it's not a computer game. It's a board game, but it's a time sensitive board game. It's Diplomacy. That's the game I've never gotten to play. I've wanted to play, but I know for a fact I'm not the alpha that could come out with a win. I would love to be able to come out with a win on that, but I can't. That is a game for the master manipulator. I don't have that level of charisma. I don't have the level of organization to play it.
I've only played Diplomacy like 6 times, and all 6 times, that's a game where you gotta figure out what your win condition is going to be, and then play to go for your win condition. Where it's like, am I winning the game? Yes. No. But am I going to get a satisfactory ending that I'm okay with? Yes. Because fuck Russia. And I'm going to fuck them hard. Because I'm going to go work with everybody else to destroy Russia. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do from there. And it's like, it's a game where it's definitely a game of, I want to make. I know I can't win. I'm not that cool person, but no, I'm okay being second or third on the winning team. I'm like my team won, win, but one player won. I don't care. I'm on their side. I'm their ally. My team won, and or whichever nation I'm playing, it's I fucked my rival over. I'm okay with this. What do you mean? I played France and I worked with Germany and I overcame and we beat up the UK. win. That's literally what it comes down to. Is I. But then again, I'm also used to playing a lot of like paradox games where if you play the minor nations, like yeah, you could play like say Europa Universalis, you could play the Blue Blob, which is France, and well, of course you could paint the map with France. Well, congratulations, you won with France. Yay, good for you. Or I'm playing Brandenburg, which becomes Prussia, which becomes Germany. I could beat the game with Space Marines. Congrats. Because that's okay. Because if you play Brandenburg the right way and you play it and you move through the tree right, your infantry becomes Space Marines. Because they're just that much more effective than everybody else. And when you get your doctrines and your racial and your national doctrines come into, national and cultural doctrines kick in, especially after you found Prussia, and then you watch all of your doctrines get buffed because, well, now you're Prussia, you're no longer Brandenburg, and suddenly your infantry, who are already better than everybody else, become even better because they're Prussian, and then you fight the war of German unification for the North. You get the German Confederation. Now your infantry get buffed again. Now you're stomping on every, and now you just look at the rest of Europe and Bavaria sitting here going, please don't beat me up. And I'm like, I want to form Germany. Bavaria, please don't beat me up. Who's your allies? No one strong enough? Good. Beat stick. And you unify Germany, you unify Germany, and suddenly all your buffs now kick in, and now you're just sitting back and looking at the rest of Europe going, y'all fucked hard. And watch the rest of Europe go, oh no, fuck, as you just walk over them because it's a player-run nation. It's like that's one of those games. Like it's a game where it's like, congratulations, you picked the ultimate power, and you didn't lose. Yay, good for you. Much like how you play the England, and you started on Newbie Island. You only have to go beat up the Welsh and the Scots. Not hard. And then you look over at Ireland. You beat up Ireland, and now you control the two Newbie Islands, and nobody can now touch you because you built 4 boats, and the rest of Europe goes, well, we can't stop you, and you go, yeah, I'm England, fuck off. And you can do whatever the fuck you feel like from that point forward. I don't know, paint the map red, go right ahead. And so therefore someone goes, I managed to beat the game as England. Oh, man, you tried really hard, didn't you? I mean, so at that point, it's like you go play some of the minor nations so you can figure out what. Hey, Hungar. It really comes down to when you play those games of find a minor nation and then try. You're not going to win, but then again, how do you win? Paint the whole map a certain color? No, you pick out a certain goal and you try to go, no, I'm going to choose a Native American tribe and I'm going to found an entire nation whose capital is Springfield, or what will become Springfield some point in the future. And it's like, okay, so you're doing that. Or you pick some minor African nation and go, I want to build something that will actually resist the Dutch. And then you don't. And you're like, whatever, I tried. It's like, it's always pick something minor and try to see how crazy you can get before the rest of the world gets around to beating the crap out of you. And you're like, that's fun. Or when I'm playing Hearts of Iron 4, it's like, I'm going to pick, I don't know, Madagascar. No, that's part of France. No, you gotta pick like something minor that nobody will fucking care about because it's World War II. You're like, I'm going to go play, I don't know, Jordan, the country of Jordan, and I'm going to see how far I can make it, what deals I can make with everyone to see if I can conquer a significant chunk of the Middle East before I definitely get crushed by either Germany, Russia, or England. I'm going to die from one of these 3. I don't know, but I'm going to see see how far I can get before it happens. Yes. And that's what you're trying to do. You're just trying to have fun doing, you set your own end goal. And, it might be, you know what? Jordan in this game hates Saudi Arabia. I'm going to invade Saudi Arabia. And everyone's like, what? Why? I'm like, I don't know. I want to invade Saudi Arabia. And then suddenly you invade Saudi Arabia. I'm just going to, and now the rest of the world goes, we're now kind of suspicious of you for having conquered a country. And I'm like, hey, everybody else is doing it. I'm doing it too. Yeah, fuck you. And then you get pulled into it. Or, building the greater country of Bolivia. Trans-South American Bolivia. It's like, yes, I have done it. And then all of a sudden America goes, fuck you. And then you get beaten up by the Americans, and you go, that's just what happens. And listen, it's all about making your end goal. And diplomacy is definitely a game about making the goal. You can play to win, or you play for whatever goal you're going for. And if that goal is, I'm playing France and I want Spain. Do you want to conquer the rest of the map? No, I want Spain. So if I give you Spain, you'll help me do everything else? Yes, I'll help you beat the rest of the map if you just give me Spain and Italy. Okay, done. Sweet. And then suddenly you're like, you're betraying Germany, so that way England can take Scandinavia and then move down into Germany, and then you just go roll on east, knock out Austria, knock out Russia, and then knock out the Ottomans, and you're like, game's over. Well, aren't you two going to finish it out? No, I've already stated that I'm the junior partner of this alliance, and I don't care. I already got what I want, the Mediterranean. I don't know what you got. It really is just, but I know some people are far more competitive than me, and I know that because my brother's has made the comment of I'm the least competitive person he's ever met. So, which means he doesn't know me very well. If he knew me better, he would know that that's a lie. But I'm not competitive in the ways that he's used to being competitive, where he's used to a much more cutthroat. I in real life, and I'm much more passive. But he also doesn't play board games with me. And if he did, he'd find out that no, I'm actually quite horrifying. But I'm actually very passive at the same time. It's a weird dichotomy, and it confuses him to hell and back.
I just discovered they have Fantasy General 2 out, and it's been out for like 4 years. I'm like, holy shit, I used to play Fantasy General 1. That was a fun game.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I want to look that up now.
Fantasy General 2 on Steam. Looks really fucking good.
Now, they would always... I really miss Panzer General 2 and People's General. Those two are good games, too.
Don't sleep on Panzer General. That's a fucking that is a strategic turn-based amazement.
I have played that game backwards and forwards so many ways, Panzer General 1 and 2, to the point where I think I could do the opening battles for those at least up through the invasion of France with my eyes closed. Once users set, I can just go, no, I know what I'm doing from here. I know where every unit's at. I know what's going on here, and it's a horrible, wonderful game. I know which missions I need to lose so the campaign doesn't end, or not lose, but not win spectacularly, so that way I can continue to play the game more to earn more XP and gain more units. So that way, because if you win too fast with a certain chain of battles, you'll end up in Operations Sea Lion 41, which the 40 version of Sea Lion, which your troops are not qualified for. You will not. It will beat the shit out of you. It's no fun. So you purposely drive the French down to their last victory hex, and then you wait until you've missed the point where you'll get a brilliant victory and you'll only get an average victory, at which point it will dump you into the North African campaign, which which, oh wow, you get to go do Rommel's adventure with your top flight awesome master units you've been building since Spain, Poland 1, Poland 2, Poland 3, Norway, Low Countries, Ardennes, Dunkirk. Okay, yeah, and you just run through this, and then you end up North Africa. You roll the crap out of it because El Alamein is a fantastic scenario. You want to do that one, but but before you can beat El Alamein, you want to not win, but not you want to win, but not spectacularly. So that way you can go and beat the shit out of the Greeks. So that way you got the maximum XP you need. So that way you can go into Barbarossa, then roll across there. But at a certain point, purposely fail. Well, not fail, but only get a tactical victory at Moscow. So that way you can now fight. So now the campaign won't end in Moscow. So that way it'll go into the breakout in Stalingrad, counterattack, get to Kursk, fight Kursk, brilliant victory Kursk, counterattack, win the campaign there. Now you're ready to go do Sea Lion 43, which is the music actually beat Sea Lion. You beat Sea Lion, which will then drop you into Invasion of America Part 1, and then Invasion of America Part 2. Or you can choose not to, or you can choose to only tactical victory, in the East, which will now force it into the long, painful defeat of Germany campaign, which means fight in Italy, fight at Normandy, and then try to just not lose, just because you want to get the most XP and kill count as high as you can, and it'll bounce between the eastern and western fronts until you get to Battle of the Bulge, which you can't really win it, or you can, but not really, and then you get to Seedlow Heights, which ends which is the end of the campaign. Which at that point you're just trying to not die against the Soviet main force, and it's just. I just do it because I could have won 4 or 5 times, but I choose to lose just so the game won't end. I want to keep playing this game for as long as humanly possible, and I did numerous times to try out different unit configurations and different deployments, different vehicles that I wanted to. So that way, it wasn't just simply I'm just going to use the best vehicle at all times. No, I'm like, well, can I get by with less? Can I get by with this? How thin can I cut the margins and then still be able to roll forward and do fantastic? So yeah, I might have played Panzer General 2 a lot. Yeah, Panzer General 2 is a hilariously good game, and I played it into the ground and back. And I've done all the campaigns, the Russian campaign, the German campaign, the American and British campaigns, and figured out where I can. The problem is that when you play the Allied campaigns or the Soviet campaigns, it's very linear. There's just simply win, and there's no divergent points. It's just simply history. History plays out. History plays out. History plays out. History. Okay, you've won. Straight like. The flow chart of scenarios is literally a straight fucking line, and it's like, wow, there's a few deviations, there's a few alternate paths, but it's not really that much. There's no point where you get to have like, if you fail at the Battle of the Bulge, there's no massive German counterattack you got to worry about. There's nothing. It's just simply you lost, scenario, campaign over. They relieve you.
Lady has a question for you.
Yeah, and there is a Panzer General sequel. It is called Panzer General 2, and there was what game is it? Okay, I know I played it a while ago, but no, not that one. And then there's Panzer Corps and Panzer Corps 2, which are pretty much Panzer General's spiritual successor, because nobody wants to admit Panzer General 3D exists, which was a horrible game and never should have existed. But no, if you want a modern take on Panzer General, it's Panzer Corps and Panzer Corps 2. They play exactly like it, but they took all the fun out. It's still good, and they added new mechanics, but it took away some of the SSI's abusive systems that made Panzer General 2 and Panzer General 1 so much fun. But if you really want that hardcore experience of playing advanced rock, paper, scissors, that game's... And I know I'm making fun of it, but I mean, when the entire game comes down to hard counter, I mean, once you know what the hard counter is, you win at all points. And that's literally, and it has the exact same mechanic of you fire artillery until you've suppressed them, you hit them with a tank. Tank engages an overrun. Overrun allows you to instantly wipe a unit out. Now you click on different units. You fire more artillery until they're suppressed. Then you overrun that unit. Then you attack with infantry, and well, I was like artillery, then infantry. Oh, hey, look, they're suppressed again. Tank overruns. Tank hits, and this is literal like dive bombers go in. Suppression, tank overruns, and that's literally what the entire that's the entirety of what Panzer General 2 and People's General was all about, and Panzer Corps did not get rid of that. All units have a strength of 10. Units that have XP can go up to a strength higher than 10, equal to their experience level, and if you can inflict enough casualties plus suppression value equal to their current strength, you can overrun with armored vehicles. And at that point, you look at the fastest, most broken. Oh yeah, and you look at your fastest, most broken tank humanly built. It doesn't need to be a good tank; it just needs to be a fast tank. and suddenly you're going, do I really need a Tiger? No, I can get by with this caffeine-ridden Panzer 3 for as long as I want, for as long as I could possibly do, because it's got 2 more movement points over that King Tiger. It's way outdated. I know it's really cheap to reinforce after it gets damaged, but guess what it does? Overrun, and then you just smash artillery. And once you get the breakthrough, congratulations, you roll up the defenders. And I mean, any game where the entire point of the game is throw artillery at the problem until the problem goes away is an okay game in my book. I'm okay with it. I enjoyed Panzer Corps, and no, Allied General was kind of sad. Was very sad.
I think I played that years ago.
Yeah.
Allied General.
Yeah. And People's General had the worst bug in history. Holy shit, did it have the most exploitive bug ever. And I loved it for it. Because it introduced these vehicles known as supply trucks that you could use to reinforce to resupply. It's meant to resupply units forward, so that way you don't need to pull back to a town to reload and refuel. So it allows you to forward supply your artillery and tanks so they can continue to roll forward faster. But the problem was they also counted as a deployment point for additional units. So you could start a scenario with the supply truck, and they were cheap, and you just drove the supply truck to its maximum range, deployed another supply truck from the supply truck, drove it further, and then deployed that and drove further, and now you've bypassed the enemy front lines with five supply trucks in this horrible convoy, and all their heavily dug in reinforced troops are all in this band of death, and all their artillery, which is supposed to be hard to get to, is now sitting here going, where'd all these tanks and artillery come from? Where'd all these jets come from? And as you're literally just, deploying everything, and the game goes, I have no idea how to defeat this. And I'm like, this game is way too broken. Why did I do this? Because I like winning and abusing the game, and they never patched it because this is the age before patching. And I'm like, this is the most broken mechanic in the entirety of history. And then one day, someone was like, early internet, like, hey, you play People's General 2? I sure do. You want to play a game? No. Come on, Blade. You're really good at this game. I want to play you. No, you don't. Yeah, I did. Okay, we're going to play a game. And I'm going to play the Americans. Does that mean I got to play the Chinese? Yes. All right. And then, he, who had not discovered this horrifying bug yet, this flaw in the game engine, is like, here's my ultra expensive elite American army. I have custom built it. And I'm like, all right, I go first, right? Yep. Whee! What are you doing? Whee! And this little convoy of bullshit trucks rolls out there, and then I roll over all of his MLRS and paladins, and they all explode, and all his tanks are now sitting here completely without any support. He's like, what just happened? I go, yeah, abuse no, learn the game engine, motherfucker. He's like, wait, what? I put bridging infantry next. So I drove the trucks up to the river, bridging infantry over the river, then drove more trucks past the bridging infantry into your rear lines. Then I deployed all my tanks, and I blew all your artillery, because artillery dies really, really quick because they're soft, and because the whole game is all rock paper scissors. Blah blah beats blah blah beats blah blah, and if you counter with the right blah blah unit, it auto wins all fights. And it's like, yeah, once you know your counters, you just win. You know that. And he's like, that's bullshit. And I go, yeah, I know, but he's like, play again. Then we had a fair game, but yes, stacking it. 1 to 2 recon units is definitely what you need for that game, because that's all you ever need. Because Arnie does all the work for you, all the work you'll ever need. Especially once they get legendary officers, named officers who have the right combination of abilities, and then you're like, you're invincible. I love you. Especially if a recon unit gets overrun, and then it's something you're like, oh no. My recon unit can overrun because it has recon movement and overrun. Oh, bitchin'. Or if I get a legendary tank crew that gets recon movement, and I'm like, this isn't fair. Move in, shoot, move out. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? That would be a tank that hits and runs. That's bullshit. I know. Oh, God.
So the last game that I think SSI made for the Commodore 64 was Buck Rogers' Countdown to Doomsday. Or Champions of Krynn. No. It would have been Treasures of the Savage... Gateway to the Savage Frontier. Wow, it's sad that I remember that. That was in 91. Fucking too much of a geek. Wow. I remember that far too well. I played a lot of SSI games on C64. A lot. Norway, Panzer General, the original Panzer General.
Mm-hmm.
Good God. I miss those days.
Yeah. SSI was pretty much like, I bought like most of their shit because that was my
jam.
Yeah. And we really haven't had a lot that's been good since then, honestly.
No.
I played the shit out of their games because that was just what I did. It was nice. It was simple. It was easy. Well, not easy, but it was a nice way to play. To play, and I don't know if the word relax is the right way to do it, but keep my brain busy.
Panzer Grenadier, Panzer Strike were both on my C64. Man, Gary Grigsby, one of the all-time saints of computer tactical strategy games. God, that guy was just fucking great. He retired, I think. No, wait, he's still making stuff.
He's still making things, and dear God, his games are ridiculously expensive, but they're still ridiculously good.
I would rather him make board games. I know that sounds bad, but that's just me. Did you ever play Xenonauts?
I tried.
XCOM.
I tried. The thing is that I'm, as much as I'm good at playing a lot of these games, I am piss poor terrible at the squad level tactical bullshit games like that. Oh, because of the fact that I think I'm doing good, and then my troops will miss everything. And I think the one game where I walked up in XCOM 2, put the fucking gun barrel to the side of an alien's head, 98% chance to hit, miss. And then another time where I'm like, I'm going to fire this rocket launcher. It's got an AoE. There is no way. Fuck it, missed. How? I aim for the ground. And it's like, this happened in XCOM 2, and XCOM 3, where XCOM 3 has the world's most fucking broken game engine. And so when someone's like, Xenonauts, and I'm like, no, I think I'll pass. And I'm like, I kind of moved away from movement point to like, here's your action pool, because all I would end up doing is moving very, very slowly, creeping across the map, and then telling the tank to go roll forward until it gets blown the fuck up, so that we've established contact with the enemy.
Yeah, I do that a lot. Like, oh, I've got a heavy weapons platform. Yeah, let me roll him forward until he sees a bad guy, and then I set him on an Overwatch program. Everybody gets Overwatch. Everybody. So you only move like 3 steps, and then you're on Overwatch for the rest of the fucking movement. And that's it. That's all it is. That's how I play those games. And I do good in the tactical sections, even if my characters suck and they miss a lot. Like, I'll have overlapping fields of fire, so Overwatch goes off for like 3 characters at once. But then you find like, oh shit, well, you're fighting the mutons now. And so like 6 guys converge laser blasts on one motherfucker, or worse yet, shotguns. And after the very end of like the next combat round, he's done grabbing your character by the face and thrashing him against like another character or up against your mobile tank, and the mobile tank explodes, and the muton walks away and cracks a fucking PBR like, that was good shit. You know,
that was some good shit. And
what the fuck?
I know. It's like, look, those games are games that I will love to watch somebody else play.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, no lie here, no lies. I am more happy to, because I have one of my friends. He's a huge fan of it, and boy, he's got that shit down to a goddamn science. It's like by the end of the game, he's like, all of his people are all cybered out, wearing battle armor, carrying doom lasers and shit, and he's just walking through shit like he is playing the game careful, perfect. Meanwhile, here's me going Imperial Guard Squad number 42, charge.
Yeah, like,
and it's like, how many people have died? All of them.
All of them. I have the largest graveyard in the entire fucking digital cemetery.
I've also chosen to ignore Russia's pleas for help in South America. Fuck them. I only depend on the 3 people who actually pay my bills.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. If you're in South America or Asia, I'm sorry, you're going to see a lot of UFOs here lately.
Yeah. Sorry, Australia. You kind of boned. I kind of need the people who have money, and you don't. So North America and Europe get some extra. I get some extra loving. Maybe occasionally Japan, and parts of China, they pay me money, and it all becomes. But you're sacrificing like the majority of the entire human race to die. I go, yep.
I can lose up to 8 countries. After that, the game is over.
Yep. I'm choosing the 8 I want to keep. And but like someone I watched who was playing, he modded his Xenonauts game over to everyone's, where it's got a lot of dumbass weapons that are hilarious. So he had like entire squads running into battle with like Thompson submachine guns and just spray and pray like they're goddamn drive-by gangsters, just like brap, brap, brap. It was just it was so terrible.
I wanted to play XCOM Apocalypse, but I never could find it. I saw it in the theater or in the stores once. I never saw it again after that. Did you just leave?
No, it crashed. That crash.
Yeah, 1950s. I tried. There was an XCOM set in the 50s called The Bureau, I think.
Yeah.
I tried watching that, and like this guy was pausing it every 2 seconds to give new commands to his guys. And I'm like, this is how it runs? I don't ever want to play this. It looked cool. The trailer looked so good, and then when I saw the actual play of it, I'm like, nah, I'm good. And I tell you what, if you're a shitty game dev, like the Let's Plays are like the worst thing because you refuse to fix your game or make it more than a alpha state. That's the problem that I'm having with it.
See, the thing here is that the people who I enjoy watching Let's Plays are the people who take who are not the most super serious of individuals. Like they go in with a goal of, I'm not here to play the game like the most efficient way. They're here to play it with flavor, like RP it. Like they go in with a concept and a storyline, and they want to see where it ends. They know it's going to end in failure, but they want to see where the failure point happens. And I love that. So that therefore he goes, okay, so this game's set in the 1950s. We're going to go in there with 1950s equipment. So everyone's carrying M14s and Thompson machine guns and M3 grease guns. We're going to go out there and we're going to put lots of lead into the aliens until they're no longer living. And then, as people are dying left and right, he's just like going, good news, aliens. We've got at least 3 or 4 billion more bodies that you need to kill. And he's just throwing corpses into the fire. And I'm like going, this is okay. Because he's like, no, this is my concept. This is like, no, we're like, we have high-tech shit? No, that costs money. The government ain't paying for this shit. No, we're going in there with World War II surplus and fight the aliens that way. And I'm like, oh my god!
This, like, I'm looking at my game that I'm trying to design. I'm looking at it like this is my dwarf fortress.
Yes,
and I don't know if my players are going to be appreciative of that, but Dwarf Fortress is a game I would love to actually have on in the foreground or background with you. And we could just be talking, watching our civilization get killed or like be triumphant. I don't give a shit. But that is such a fun game to watch.
Oh God, yes. Dwarf Fortress is a magic. It's a magical game that I will look at and go, I'm trying, and then your dwarf has found a cat. Oh no! And then it has found another dwarf has found a cat. We are doomed.
We are doomed.
My fortress is now going to be filled with cats. All the cats.
And then like they tell you, even on Steam, they say alcohol consumption is required for a dwarf fortress to run smoothly, as it's described in the text. They can experience mental anguish, and in extreme cases, this leads them to taking their own lives or the lives of others. I love that.
I do too.
I think that's great because like there's not enough games out there that like try to say like you have to have vice available for your society to thrive.
Yeah, they need entertainment.
Exactly, at least something.
I love when I'm like, all right, dwarves, dig down into a basement, and then suddenly lava, all the lava, and I'm like, my dwarves, they're on fire.
And then there's like people I know that like they play this and they're like, oh, I hate Dwarf Fortress. There's just too much to it. If you want to play a game where you're building an ant farm, buy RimWorld. And like I'm like, why? Why would I want to read about Cthulhu when I could instead get butt fucked by Cthulhu? Come on.
I'm having a nice day. Then elves show up. Fuck elves!
Oh shit. That's not how it's supposed to be.
All right, we're all doing pretty good, guys. Somebody has to go outside. No. To do what? Find wood. To do what? Make a door. Why? To keep the elves out. Okay, I shall go out there and I shall go out into the great sky cave and go find wood. Oh God, I've been eaten by a bird. Fuck.
I'm reading through this theme reviews of Dwarf Fortress right now. Gladly played for the Steam version to help Tarn Adams as an artificial body so he can keep working on Dwarf Fortress for the rest of his natural and then unnatural life. He started this. By God, he's going to keep his commitment.
That's right. God. Dwarf Fortress is probably the best game I can just sit here and go, yeah, no, that's a game. That's a damn good game. It's a crazy game.
I used to watch videos for work in my spare time about like truck accidents and like dash cam shit. And now I'm just watching just Dwarf Fortress fail videos. And my boss is like, you haven't turned any video links in lately. I'm like, yeah, I haven't really been in front of a computer. Not for that. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, not. And he's like, what game did you discover? I'm like, oh, no. And he's like, what game? And I'm like, I can't talk to you about it. Dwarf Fortress.
Now, Dwarf Fortress is good. It's the pinnacle, but RimWorld is a good follow-up for, if you want your sci-fi Doom, just for the weird shit that happens in that game. But then again, those are both games that are all about trying to see how long you can stave off the inevitable death, doom, and destruction that's going to happen. And I love that fact. I mean, dear God, that's just the whole point. And I guess after a while, you stop worrying about, am I going to win?
That's right here. Why are my herds vomiting and dying? Oh, it was an injured, forgotten beast with poison blood they waded through.
Yes.
That caused like 1/3 of the fucking dwarf nation to die.
Oh yeah. Or you think you found the right? You look at the map that was generated, all the history and everything, and like, I think I found the world's best spot. And then you pick it, and then you find out there's no one nearby. I can build in peace. My dwarf fortress will build in. Oh fuck! they've arrived, nobles, the merchant caravans, the elves, other shit's gone wrong. Hey, look, llamas.
So this guy, Tarn Adams, he's 3 years my junior. I didn't know that. I thought he was like an old grognard.
No,
No, he's kind of a young pup. He's not like a stud or nothing. He's exactly what you expect. Looks like a good dude. Looks like the guy that like he's sitting in Aaron Alston's chair now at Austin's con. I mean, Aaron Alston, rest in peace, brother. We hope that the laughter is much better. God, that guy was taken too soon from him. He wrote the rule cyclopedia from the White Box and all the fucking associated stuff from basic D&D to help continue that series. And then he was taken from us in 2014. I didn't realize I was 3 hours away from him since 2011. I would have driven up to Austin and be like, dude, thank you. No, you never get to meet your heroes the way you want to. This dude, wow. I want to meet this guy so bad because
he's only 5 months older than I am.
This guy was in his first year of mathematics postdoctorate at Texas A&M University to focus on development in 2006. He just quits. He's got a master's in mathematics and bullshit. And he's like, I've been designing this Dwarf Fortress game for like 4 years. I'm going to quit and just design Dwarf Fortress. So they started doing that. And they had a spacecraft game that simulated sections of a rocket blown off and released their first publicly available game on AOL.
Wow.
It's crazy. So he starts doing another game on procedural world generation based on the inspiration from what they got Ultima. They were in it in 3D called Slaves to Armok, God of Blood. Okay. That's great. I remember Armok. I remember hearing about this. And so they transitioned from Armok to the side project called Dwarf Fortress, which has enveloped his life ever since. God damn it.
The best part of it is that game teaches, Dwarf Fortress is the, I know my earlier conversation was entirely based around the idea of pick your win state, set your own goals because the game won't provide you one. Dwarf Fortress is the game of there are no goals. Your only goal is to not die. And every turn every day that you don't die in game is a victory. And you just keep pushing to another victory. And that victory is how long until cats? How long till llamas? How long till lava happens?
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean exactly when you say how long till cats?
Okay. I had a wonderful fortress. I was so proud of it until dwarves found cats. And then the cats came and they loved the cats. And at first I'm like, oh, cats are good. I like cats. Then the cats bred. And then suddenly I had more cats. And then more cats. Until my dungeon was filled with cats. And now my dwarves can't, move around to do things like feed themselves or do work because there's cats. There's so many cats. There's all the cats. And I'm like, oh God, cats. They breed fast. So there's cats everywhere. And I can't kill them. And I'm like, this fortress has died due to cats. And then I just ended that run. I've watched other people have similar problems with any animals that they bring into the fortress that can breed will turn into problems. I've seen just terrible things, and the game is just a crazy nightmare of fun. Really, it is fun, but it's a crazy nightmare. And good game. God, it's a damn good game.
So I'll have to buy this because it looks fucking just gold. It really does.
Yeah, and every game is like every world's a new world. Enjoy it. I mean, you pray it doesn't crash during during World Gen.
Sorry. Please don't die on me.
I want to play the game. The game goes, I am trying to generate an entire world, its entire history, from the foundation of the world through its great mythic ages, depending on how long you want to generate history for. And because you never know, you may be wandering around the forest and then be like, I have found the legendary cup of something, I don't know. And it's a cursed blessed item. I don't know. And it's like, it's fun because the world, it doesn't just generate the world, the world layout. It's the history of the world too. So, early, set it too early, and you might run into mythic beasts that are like legendary creatures that will eat you and eat your dwarves. Or you can set it longer in history, where history has killed most of the legendary beasts. The world is safer, but now there's ruins and other bullshit. And yeah, they did release a graphics version of Dwarf Fortress. You can still play the original version if you want to play that, but yes, I didn't get a chance to play Oddworlds as much as Odyssey.
I played it on Xbox like in 2002.
No, I didn't play it. I think by the point when that one came out, I was moving past my platformer age. The era where I was
only a platformer. I thought it was more like a 3-dimensional game.
I wasn't sure.
The platformer one was Abe's Odyssey and Exodus.
Okay, I only remember.
It was right after that.
I only remember the original Odd World. That's where I just kind of go, don't know anymore. There's a certain point where I kind of tuned out console games and only had my computer because that was all I had.
Now, I think they do have a new one out called Oddworld New and Tasty. It's Abe's Odyssey with remaster on it. Never mind. If you like Abe's Odyssey, then yeah.
Good night, lady.
Night, lady. Have a great one. Thank you for being part of the game today, sir.
Don't worry, we'll be talking for a while longer. You can come back later. We're not going anywhere.
No. Thank you, sir. Oh man, I wish I wasn't like suffering from what do you call it, ADHD. Where like, oh, there's a keyboard and mouse here. No, Bruce, focus on your fucking miniatures and paint them, or write your game. No, an idiot.
I know the feeling. I have artwork that I need to draw, and I ain't gonna draw it anytime soon. I know I will not, because I have that idea of what I'm gonna play for. I have in my head what I want to play for that. I feel bad. It's only gonna be such a short game. Only in essence a one shot, and I'm like, I have all these ideas and effort, and oh well. But then again, I've been talking to I know I had like this big giant rant on like Monday where I just came back from volunteering and then realizing that I'm not happy. Like, I don't want to say I'm happy, but I'm not at the same time about just the way I'm enduring everything about gaming. And I'm just like thinking like, so I guess like this like, and then someone throws that the bone at me of make your own character. I'm on this. I'm on it. And I don't know. It came out I'm ready for this shit. I really am. I draw, but it's not the world's best. I don't want to say it's the best. I mean, it's just I like drawing clothes, and yeah, I like drawing clothes. Like 3/4 of my drawings are just excuses to draw more clothes. And clothes designs. That's really what I do.
That's awesome that you like doing fashion work, dude.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty valuable thing to do because we need that as a nation. We need that, and if nothing else, you're there probably making your own, personally tailored outfits and shit. You're gonna have something
If I
else else.
someday I will learn how to tailor. But no, I just draw. I just draw pretty outfits. That's all I end up doing. And then way over the top, fucking dumbass shit. It's great. And if anybody ever goes, that doesn't look historically accurate, I go, fuck you, it's fantasy. Like, look, if I want to play period accurate 13th century adventure gear, I can go get the artwork. I can go find pictures and draw and spend my time quietly, carefully drawing every link in and making sure it looks good and accurate. And I'll get bored. I have ADHD too, and I understand the. I understand that it's like it's only matters about historical accuracy if that matters. But boy, I have tried sharing artwork on artwork and then having people go, "That's just no," and I'm like going, "Fuck you, fuck you." You know what? If I want to take late Roman Republic armor and then put a modern spin on it, fuck you, I'm doing that.
I'm wondering if they ever made it. There was a game supposedly coming out called Imperator, which is supposed to be Romans versus Mayans and 40K.
I don't know that one. Now, I ended up drawing a character for Crafty's one shot. I didn't share it with anyone. I think outside of like the private chat. I don't remember what I drew. I don't remember if I did share it or not. But I did draw something for it.
Nope, they never made it. Imperator is made by a different company, but that was supposed to be a game in the Dark Age of Camelot series.
Yeah.
But it was supposed to be space-based, like 40K Romans versus 40K Mayans.
That sounds weird and cool. I could live.
I'd go for it. I would definitely go for it. Yeah, I guess the odds. If you're into Oddworld, just do a search on Steam, and they've got the entire fucking thing there, which is kind of awesome.
Yeah,
they've got a new one out. They just released for like $20. It looks really good.
Yeah, like I said, Oddworld doesn't really scream. Let me go look it up before I open my fucking mouth. Look it up, look it up. And see if I'm going to. Yeah, that's what I remember. It looks fantastic for those who enjoy that kind of gaming. I wish I was that person who enjoyed that kind of game. Because it looks interesting, but not my kind of game.
Yeah.
I'm still on my Eternal Grand Strategy factory builder game, which I'm currently waiting on releasing, I think, Monday or Tuesday. A new one's coming out, and I'm looking forward to playing that one. can't remember what it was. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, Revive and Prosper, where it's a bunch of mutants in the apocalypse, in the post-apocalyptic world, rebuilding the world using water power, and I have water power and catapults, and I'm up for that. Running around and building, starting in the ruins where barely anything grows with your mutants and their sidekicks, and then sitting here telling your mutants to build a whole new civilization and run water. And they're even claiming that if it rains too much, it might cause flooding. And I'm like, flooding? You're telling me that if I don't have proper water management from like dams and locks, I'll have flooding issues? Yes, I'm on board with this. And there'll be sandstorms that could cause problems. I'm on board for this. And they're like, and you can fire materials with a catapult. I'm like, wait, catapults? And then I watch it being moved. I go, that's more of a trebuchet than a catapult, but I'll let it fly. I'll take no, it's catapult. It's catapult. No trebuchets. And there's conveyor belts and other stuff. And I'm like, okay, I think you've already won me. And they're like, and you can, go to the moon and terraform Mars. And I'm like, whoa. You already won me at make the ground fertile. You already got me at green grass and make trees. You didn't need to, give me the Republican, the Martian Republican navies. I want to see a green Mars from the Expanse here, guys. You calm down a bit. I mean, that's one thing that Factorio doesn't have currently, though. That's going to change because Factorio is adding space and potentially up to 3 new worlds to conquer. And I'm like, oh God, I almost was free of your control, and now you're dragging me back. And then Dyson Sphere Simulator is going, we're adding space combat. I go, I'm not sure if I'm happy with this or not. I already have problems building my planetary scale sized factory. Now you want me to have space combat and have to defend my planet too? I'm not sure if I like this, but I'll do it anyway. But those are the games I play like they're my religion almost.
So David's daughter was playing Dawn of War. Sounds like the first one. And he tells her, like, yeah, there's a tabletop RPG or tabletop game for this. Really? So now he's got like thousands of dollars of plastic in the house. And she's no one they didn't get was Dark Eldar. Which you're not missing much. You're not missing much at all. Dark Eldar is a very limited. What?
Mine hasn't been updated in so long.
When was the last time it was updated? What, 2002, 2008?
Several editions ago. I forgot how many editions ago, but it's been several editions, and they occasionally get a new unit once in a while, but they've been a mostly neglected line. They're as bad as the Eldar. The Eldar have actually gotten more love than the Dark Eldar have.
Oh yeah.
It's the same problem that you have if you're like Sisters of Battle for the longest time. I'm in the middle of rebuilding a Necron army, but unfortunately the Trazyn the Infinite that I had is broken because he's Finecast, and Finecast is the world's worst fucking miniatures that GW ever put out. So I'm currently in the quest to try to find somebody who could 3D print me a Trazyn the Infinite and who's willing to sell it, because GW is like on like 100 killer mission to stop anybody from selling anything that's a GW product. But unfortunately, Trazyn is a Finecast miniature, which they don't fucking really do much anymore, and he was only put out once. He's the best miniature. Oh, there's better ones out there, but he's still Trazyn. I like Trazyn because he fits what I like about being a Necron. He's hilarious because he's the meme. He is the meme lord of all Necrons, and he's second only to the Blood Ravens in terms of being a walking meme of stealing shit. I mean, he's a collector. I like that. And the book written about Trazyn is damn near one of the best books in all of 40K. Like, I mean, if you ever get a chance to just listen to the audiobook, or like if you got like an audiobook subscription, or just go out and buy it, The Infinite and the Divine is a beautiful book. I'm just going to say it's a beautiful nightmare manual of just how bonkers being immortal can actually be. And even I was sitting back and going, I gotta take notes because this is damn fucking hilarious. Because these two just hate each other and they're having a pissing match for millions of years. Utterly millions and millions of years. And they're just fucking just beat the shit out of each other. And it's just hilariously dumb. And I love every moment of it because, yeah, this is shit I would do if I was an immortal. Man, you know, the first 1,000 years was kind of boring, but then things picked up. What? Meanwhile, everyone else is like, oh, I'm playing a character who's like 100, like 45 years old. I am no, man. It's like shit happens in this book, and you're like, early on, you're like, wow, this is a great description, and then later in the book, when the planet changes, because it's been that long, and then, you know, when a footnote in history happens, it's like, you know, we're all having this busy, like, we're busy over here working on this project, and then this minor thing happens, as the Horus Heresy happens in the background. And it's like, and then, you know, Trazyn has to wake up and go, oh, great, now I gotta add more Space Marine helmets to my collection. Because, you know, well, now I gotta alter this thing, because, you know, here's now the Loyalist and the Traitor legions, and now I gotta buy chapter helmets, and it makes fun of it towards like at the end of the book where he's like sitting here going, I have so many helmets now, I can't keep track of them all because he wants one from every single chapter, and he's sitting here going, I just got it's just getting busy, it's getting hard on him, and it's just, I love that. And yeah, Trazyn is unfortunately moving away into no longer part of their supported line. He's going off into the land of the, well, we gave him rules in the box set, but we're never going to update him again for balance reasons. And meanwhile, all the Necron players are going, fuck you hard. And I'm like, fuck you. Oh God, it's a good book. But then again, I'm a Necron player on top of being an Iron Warrior player and an Imperial Guard player. I don't play anything else besides those three. Occasionally Iron Hands, occasionally Imperial Fist, which makes people laugh when they go, "Wait, you're an Imperial Fist and you're an Iron Warrior player?" Yes. Why? Because I like playing both sides of the same coin. I like being the unstoppable force and the unmoving wall. I love those things. So
so I'm really hoping that the new version of the new edition of 40K takes into all of the updates that their online games have been taking lately. It seems like your online games are getting more and more based with common sense as far as mechanics is concerned. I don't know if we're going to see that in the actual tabletop of Warhammer, but it just feels like the CRPGs and the turn-based strategies all go in this route where like it's easy for me to understand why they're doing the change logs this way for like say Glacius or other games. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Now,
And I'm hoping that the fucking tabletop follows suit. God damn it, please do. My bad.
no, I'm not the master of the game like some people. I only got to play it over the summer during summer break, and then proceeded to show that if you guys play the game like you're intelligent, you never lose. And yeah, I made a few people just go, I can't win, and I'm like, go play. Here's an idea: play somebody else, and you'll win. And they're like, huh? You've been playing me, and I'm not, and I don't play fair. Well, I play fair. I play with the rules, but I don't play in a way that makes you win. I play the way that makes me win. And he's like, I don't understand. And I'm like, and I explained what they did. Like, he beats the crap out of everybody else, but you know, I'm like, no, I'm playing in a certain way that lets me, like the scenario has this objective. I play the objective. I know how I'm going to do this in a way that makes sure that I get my goals and I win. I don't have to try to win harder. I don't need, like, if I'm going to win by 1 point, I don't need to win by 2 or 3. I need to win by 1. And if I've won, and if I know I'm going to win, there's no need to try to. Oh God, the term. If you ever listen to God, where the fuck is he? I know I've got him in my list of people I religiously watch. Yeah, the Mighty Jingles. He's one of my favorite YouTubers, and he reviews he does World Warship for reviews. Not really reviews, but commentary over matches in World of Warships. Sure. And one of the running gags is the people who try to he has the Game of Thrones and the I must win harder jokes that runs through the whole thing. And because they're people who, if they would just stop and think about what they're doing, they could realize that they've already won. There's no need to win harder. And then they end up throwing the game because they're trying to, no cap all, no cap all kill.
What? I don't understand that. I really don't understand mentality between no cap all kill. I don't like. That's a resource point. Why would you not want to cap it?
Right. And the thing is, you get more points by winning. In fact, but I can farm more damage if I just try to win harder. And then you find out like the guy who you're trying to farm knows how to play the game and beats the shit out of all of you. Because a lot of these Game of Thrones matches are like 1 ship versus 6 at the end of the match, and the guy with the long odds somehow pulls a fucking miracle out of his ass because rather than just sit on the cap and win like they could fucking have done, but no, 4 battleships and 2 cruisers decided to chase a destroyer out into the wilderness. And the destroyer, who has the visibility of 3.5 inches in front of its face, and can launch torpedoes all fucking day long, and you're all battleships whose detection radius is approximately the map. And don't worry, you think you can chase this fucker down, and no, you won't. And then they win. But meanwhile, you could have just ran the counter out, ran the fucking timer out. You would have hit 1,000 points and won the match. No, that everyone moves off the cap and charges. And I watched players all summer long try. And so what would usually happen is I was sitting on I'm sitting on 2, maybe 3 cap points on the map. There's a whole lot more to take, but I'm sitting on my 3, and I've won. Like there's no way you get me off these 3. But people are moving off their cap points to come. They go, well, obviously all I gotta do is attack, and if I kill all of Blaine's units, he'll lose. And I'm like, you have to kill me first. And so they come running straight in, and then I'm like I move backwards 3 inches. Why 3 inches? You'll find out. I move back 3 inches because I can visualize the amount of range on the map, and I'm also watching everybody else move their units and measuring. So I'm watching because you're not allowed to measure out your measure out beforehand. You got to declare shit, and then you move up there.
Declare shit, then measure, and that's how it works.
Right, but if you're smart and you're perceptive, you're watching what they're moving, and then you calculate, you subtract how far they've moved this turn from how far you shot last turn. And guess what? You don't have to measure. You already got your range, your range measured out in your head. You already know they're at 21 inches. They're going to move into this range. They can charge this distance and then get their additional charge bonus. So if they roll a 6, they'll get into melee. If they roll anything else, they're going to fail their charge. And nobody can roll. And yeah, sure, you got a 1 in 6 chance of success. You know what? I'm taking those odds. I'm going to take those odds every day of the week. And then more often than not, these charging horde armies will end up approximately 2 inches from my front line, and then I just unload everything into them at point blank range. I can't miss. My troops are too good. I got the benefits, all the stacks of my bonuses. I obliterate their charging horde units, which was the core of their entire patrol force. It evaporates. They no longer have their elite deep striking melee shock troops, and now, well, what are they going to do? Nothing. You're going to lose the fight. Because now my army, which is based around range and shooting, but can melee, and your army, which can't shoot but was all melee, has now taken 70% casualties. The few remaining ranged troops you have aren't going to be sufficient to be able to kill me, because I'm playing a chaos force and I have the ability to bring back 3 models a turn. I have 1 to 3 models a turn. So you need to kill 4 before you can drop before you make me take a permanent casualty. And because I'm sitting here recycling troops like I'm playing Necrons, and they're sitting here going, wait, that's not fair. We're inflicting damage on you and you're bringing them back to life? Yeah, I'm playing Thousand Suns. What did you expect me to do? And they're like, that's not fair. And I'm playing Thousand Suns with a Warpsmith next to a Dreadnought. The Warpsmith next to a Dreadnought counts as an icon, which allows me to have both chaos powers running simultaneously without having to worry about problems. Therefore, all my shots are deadly, all my shots are doubled. And they're like, what the bloody hell? And I read the rules. You did not. You died. What?
Not Tau. Based around shooting, but can melee.
So not Tau. You're right. An Iron Warriors Thousand Suns mix. And sorry, it was Iron Warriors using using Zeech blessings. That's what it was. But it was a horrible combination that just allowed me to just stomp. And because my Dreadnought was configured for twin power fist, twin heavy flamers, which also gives you storm bolters on top of the power fist and the flamers. So it's just like you ended up within 6 inches of me. You died. Game over. And I did this to Nids, to orcs, and to a space marine unit over the summer, and I was really, really happy and proud of myself. But all of them were every game was literally, I walked literally for one turn, plopped my ass down, and went. I don't have to win. I don't have to do anything to win. You don't have to do anything to win. We can just tie out, but you don't want to tie. You want to win, so you're going to charge into me, and I play on the over aggressiveness of that, the natural inherent tendencies that most players have, like to be aggressive, to just charge in. Players have, like, gamers I've encountered, gamers that just seem to have this innate lack of patience. Grab them by grab them by the collar and fucking fight. Get in there and fight. They're aggressive. They're brawlers. They want to juice. They have to get in there and punch. And I'm just sitting here going, God, you're all so predictable. It's so easy to beat you people because you all play the exact same way. And it's like finding a player who's not an automatic rawr, must win, aggressive charge, get in there. It doesn't matter the game I'm playing. I've watched this thing happen in BattleTech. I've watched it in Epic 40K. I've watched it in Starfleet Battles. I've watched it in every war game I've ever played, and every tabletop game I've ever played. There's just this innate, natural, aggressive nature that just built into our fucking culture. It's just built into our attitudes, our way of having to do, like there's this whole, if you were patient, if you had just spread out and got one more objective than me, you would have forced me to have to move into your range. But instead, you came to me rather than just simply play smart. If you just would have played smart, you would have forced me to move, and I would no longer have been in my advantage. But instead, you played to my advantage, and you came to me, because that's just how every player fucking works. It doesn't matter if I'm playing Victory at Sea, Mustangs and Messerschmitts. It doesn't fucking matter. If anybody ever wonders, like, how do you beat people all the time? Simple. I know everyone plays American football, charge. All you gotta do is be able to fucking counter a charge, break that all in initial rush, and you're going to beat most people unless the dice gods hate you that day. If you didn't pray to RN Jesus, you're going to lose. But at that point, it's dice rolls. But if your strategy is sound, it's just simply flexible. Let them come to you, beat their counterattack, beat their charge, and then counterattack, and then roll over them. You win. You win every time because most players don't know how to. That's the best way to put it. The best term for it, but act in moderation or maintain a reserve. They don't know how to counter. They just throw everything into a headlong charge and then just go, well, this will win. It's like fighting orcs. It doesn't matter what army you're playing. It doesn't matter what navy I'm fighting. If I'm playing, Victory at Sea or Axis and Allies at Sea, or I'm playing some kind of naval game, I just got to realize defeat the idiot charge, counter. That's it. That is the rock hard, amazing super strategy that wins most war games that you play versus anyone at a gaming table or anywhere else. Is can you stop a charge? If you can stop a charge, you win. And it's like somehow this amazing, hard to understand concept that's just weird. Meanwhile, I wonder why most people don't play. Why more people don't play orcs, because orcs are geared towards this mentality. They would do it so well. Meanwhile, Imperial Guard are just fun, but it doesn't matter what game I'm playing, what navy I'm playing. I encounter the stupidity everywhere, and it's just depressing. Now, mind you, when you play like World of Warships, they've been playing long enough that they don't have stupid, but you always have the charges of destroyers that go charging in and dying, in the first 5 minutes of a match because they're retards. I know. I'm a destroyer driver. I'm also a retard. But the smart ones live, and they've been American players on World Warships are crazy people who are way, way, way too competitive, evil, and get banned from the European tournaments because we don't play like Asians or Europeans. We play like we're all cutthroat assholes.
Which I thought is funny because for the longest time they were going to try to get rid of Americans in World War I because we brought a shotgun to the party.
I know, but no, it's like they used to do the world grand tournaments, the King of the Sea tournaments and World of Warships, but they keep banning the Americans because the Americans tend to come in as a well-oiled fucking machine and just stomp on crap compared to how the Russians or Asians play, which is bad. It's just terrible. But then again, but listen, it's just this stupid idiot. It's just a stupid idiot mindset I just run into. Like occasionally I find a good player, and those games are the best. I love the games when I can find good ones, but then I always just find the idiot mindset, the charging mindset, the aggressiveness, which is at times an okay thing. It's nice. You need to have people like that, but man, it's an infectious disease in some of that these poor players have because they just lose. And it happens all the time. It's like talking with other people who go to the big cons, like the big actual, like Adepticon up in Chicago, where they'll go and it's like, oh, this wonderful big, and then they win playing basic strategies. Like they're not even playing like good; they're just playing basics, like fundamentals, and they're winning. And but I also remember I remember winning a few tournaments back in the MechWarrior Dark Ages era of gaming because I did this thing where I was literally played Napoleonic tactics, and people were like, "That's not fair." I go, "This isn't even. I'm not doing anything crazy. It's a gun line that's backed up by infantry. It's Napoleonic tactics, guys. I'm beating you with 18th century tactics. How are you losing? We're playing an ultra mech game, like an ultra advanced sci-fi mech game. Like, yeah, but you're not doing all the things that you're supposed to." I go, "No, I'm not. But you should have a way to defeat something as simple as, here's my cannons, here's my infantry, I shoot, I win. How do you lose? How are you not beating me? I'm coming to this goddamn game because I want to lose. I want to lose so that way I can find a hole in my strategy so I can get better. I don't want to come in thinking that I know everything. I don't. But I don't want the lesson that I learned to be everyone else is more retarded than you are. and I'm a retard. So therefore I'm going, oh my God, I'm the king fool in a room of fools. In a room of fools. Holy shit. I don't want this. Good night, so I have a very good night.
Take care, Soy. Have a good evening, bud.
But I know I'm just rambling about this topic, but boy does it fucking bug me, because it's just, I see it's like, I either see utter cowardice, or people who have a complete aversion to aggression, or people who are way too aggressive. There's no middle ground.
A lot of middle ground there.
Yeah, there's no like keep their cool, think rationally, adapt. There's none of this. It's all either raw charge or fuck, I don't want to be here. And I'm in the I don't want to be here, but I'm able to go, okay, how do I stop this shit? Oh God, but it's just a fucking annoyance. When gaming it's why I don't really play a lot of war games anymore, because I'm just like, there's no point. Give me somebody who's actually thinking right, and I'll play. But I'm not gonna play a pickup game anymore against a schmuck, because it's not worth my time. I'm gonna spend more time lecturing them on what they're doing wrong than I am actually going to learn that what I'm doing wrong. But if I don't lose, how do I know what I did wrong? I want to know where the flaws in my ideas are so I can fix them. But winning doesn't let you do that. Winning just tells you did something right, or the other guy fucked up worse than you did. And I don't want that. And I also don't want the other guy, but I also don't want to get okay, so next time, so I'm going to start putting a list of things you're not allowed to do. I don't like having my Mr. Walsh's list of shit I'm not allowed to do in RPGs anymore. I don't like that, because that just means that I'm being punished. I mean, it's like I'm being punished for thinking, which scares the GM, which scares players, because they don't want to think. They want to do the most basic bitch thing possible and get their free dopamine hit. They just want to be able to just get. They want to be insert 2 quarters, press start, win game, put high score in. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to play about it. It's like there's this one guy I talked to. He keeps wanting to be like you need to come down to Missouri so we can play some BattleTech. I go, no, I don't want to. I already know what the game is going to be like. I already know how you play. You're not very good at you're okay, but you're not going to give a challenge. I'm not going to drive 6 hours and go sleep in a hotel room so I can beat the crud out of you in 5 hours and then drive 7 hours home on my weekend, on a weekend off. I'm not going to do that. I'm not spending that much money just so I can beat the snot out of somebody and then go home. That's not my idea of fun. If I knew it was going to be a really, really good game, I might do it. But I'm not going to drive 7 hours to go watch a kid drive a bunch of assault mechs across the map. And then he's like, but I like my assault mechs. I go, that's boring. The game is boring. We're not going to have a good match. We're just going to drive a bunch of assault mechs across the map, and I'm going to beat the crap out of you. And then you're going to go, that's not fair. What the hell are you doing? I go, well, first off, you don't know how to sync your units. You don't know how to figure out what our initiative syncs. You don't know how to tell hide what your plan is. You're pretty fucking obvious. This is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to beat you. This is the amount of point value I get. Okay, this is how I'm probably going to counter it. I don't need to show up. I don't want to show up. I'll play it like it's not entertaining. and I'm sad about that. That's actually why I've stopped painting my Battletech miniatures, is because I realized I'm not going to get a good enough game to be able to justify painting all of my miniatures. Because why? Why should I? I want to spend my time sinking it into something that I'm going to get a value out of. I love my Battletech minis, and boy, I will play Battletech any day of the week. Well, no, I won't. I just said I wouldn't. But I'm going to do it in a thematic way, and I want it to be a fair, interesting fight. The last time I played, though, it was a fair fight by points, but I beat the living snot out of it because I have a better command of the rules, and I was trying to play nice, but it goes back to that comment of being competitive, but not at the same time. I want him to. If I knew he would learn something, I would continue to beat the shit out of them. But they don't learn. And that's the hard part. It's like, what's the point of teaching somebody on how to be better if they don't learn, if they don't improve? And it's at that point, it's just like, we're just doing the same thing over and over and over. What are we doing here? Why are we wasting why are we wasting what little time that we have in our lives doing the same boring bullshit day in, day out, over and over? I mean, all I've been doing was drilling him on how to lose in more and more interesting ways. Because I wasn't changing what I was doing. I was waiting for him to improve. And he was incrementally, but it wasn't the leaps of logic that I would expect from somebody who would analyze why they lost. They're just pissed off that they lost. They're like, I lost. That's not fair. You know what? I'm going to ban you from doing that, these things that you did to beat me. You can't do those again. And that'll make it fair. Like, no, you haven't learned anything. You're just saying that you don't want to get beaten by that way a second time. You're scared of losing, and you don't want to get humiliated twice by the same tactic. So you're going to tell me that I can't do that. Okay, fine. I'll do something different. Now I'm whole new scenario. They're using almost the exact same carbon copy version of the unit that I beat them with the last time, and I come with something new, whole new gimmick. Beat them senseless the second time. Now here comes the new rules. Can't use this. Can't use that. Can't use this. Now you can't use this. Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay, well, all right. Redo everything. Come in again. Beat the shit out of them a third time. Now here's another. Now there's the list of things gets longer and longer to the point where it's just like, okay, obviously you want to stack the deck in your favor so much that your favorite chosen unit will win only if I'm not allowed to have veteran pilots with veteran pilot abilities. I can't have any form of advanced computer target equipment. I can't have this. I can't have that. I can't use the specialty ammunition. I can't do this. If everything's in your favor, you get to win. At that point, did you really earn that victory? Did you actually win? Or did you... No, you made me lose by rigging the game. And I don't like that. I don't want a rigged game because I didn't feel like, well, okay, cool. If I couldn't have anything, you could beat me. Okay, cool. What was the point of this? We played 7 games, and we played 7 games, and you won game 7 by restricting me so badly that I had to lose. And we still came to a close. It wasn't a blowout. It was a close fight. That proves that you haven't learned shit, sir. and I no longer, and you've killed my desire to play the game. I'm going to go over here and continue to love the game, but I'm not going to play it because there's nothing to play. There's nothing more to gain from playing this game. And then I go off to do something else. And that's the sad part, because there's so many games that I know I would love to play, but I'm never going to. There's no point. Because the moment I sit down at the table, a Mr. Walsh's list of things I'm not allowed to play gets dropped in my lap. And I'm like, so what do you... At that point, I'm like, what do you want me to play? You pick it out for me. I'll play it. Well, I want you to play what you want to play, but with these restrictions. Blah, 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 blah. And here's me going, okay, cool. So I'm going to play a fighter. Sword and board. Bye. That's all I got. That's all you've given me. Or I'm going to go play Healbot. I Healbot the White Mage. I'm going to...
Healbot, yes.
I'm going to go play Squeeze a Priest. I'm going to make a gnome priest whose entire point is to be the size of a backpack item that we will strap to the back of the fighter, and then periodically, if you need me, squeeze, heal. Squeeze, heal. And then I will do nothing else besides sit there and cheer like Master Blaster, or occasionally go, Dear Earth Mother, please. Please grant silence so we can make our sneaky deakies more sneakier. There we go. I mean, that's literally what I'm doing, and I don't care. I am making the character I made for Connell's game. I don't care. I'm using every fucking rule I know, every fucking broken fucking thing I can think of, and I don't give a shit. Restrictions, fuck you. I'm not listening today. It's a legal character. Everything's legit, but fuck it. And then I'm bending the rules to the point where they are about to break. It's legit. It'll fly, but I made sure I couldn't hurt anybody. That's okay. He ain't touching my ass either. It's just I don't know. Maybe that's also why I'm kind of I don't know, bored with the idea of everybody equal party, because I'm at the point now where I'm like, I don't want to be the main character. I don't want. I know how to stand in the back and play support. I'm okay with support. I'm happy with support. Sometimes there's a few times
I don't see you ever playing main character guy. No offense. I don't. I've known you for years, and you don't play main character. When you're asked to play main character, the main character will go in the back and he starts shoving other people towards the action. If you want to be a playmaker, you're doing great with that. You are good with support.
I love being it. And the thing here is that I'm okay. I love being support characters. And if I'm going to lead, I'm going to lead from the front. See now, this is the only problem I have why I don't want to ever be the main character, why I don't want to be the lead character, is that I want, it's like when I'm playing support, it lets me play off of somebody else sets the pace, and now I can follow the pace, support the pace, and play towards that.
I think what it is that like you're kind of like me in the aspect where when you're in main character syndrome, like you can see path to victory. You can see how the GM has got the orchestrated conflict and pacing set up, and so you can see that and you just go.
Right.
And the other players are like, are we doing this now? And it's like a fucking Leroy Jenkins situation where one guy's like, let's do this, and everybody else is like, wait, he's got a bucket of chicken in his mouth. How? Wait, we're not going to win. And they're
He's
like,
I got chicken.
Yeah, he's like, I got
Yeah.
chicken. Let's go, motherfuckers. And
And
nobody's on pace.
And the thing here is that once I go, the thing here is that what I want when I'm the leader, if someone says, Blaine, you're the one in charge. Blaine, go. You are the guy in charge. You are the main character. The main character here. And at that point, it's going to be, you're right. It is. I see the goal. I set the goal. I'm going to work towards the goal. And by God, I'm going to move heaven and earth to get that goal. I'm not quite so rah charge headlong into it, but damn fucking close. And I'm going to fucking, I just badmouth that, but I'm not going to hesitate. I'm not like, I have a goal. I'm going to work towards it. I'm not going to hesitate. Because I guess it was drilled into me that the idea of it's better to do something and go forward a step and then figure out what the next problem is than it is to sit back and do nothing and argue. I don't like but what if the door is trapped? Then it's trapped. But what if it blows up? Then someone gets hurt. Put a Band-Aid on it. But what happens with this? We go forward. We go forward until the next problem. We solve the next problem. We go forward to the next problem. But what if it's not the optimal solution? There is never going to be an optimal solution. There's never going to be there's never going to be the right answer. There's only a series of progressively less shitty answers, solutions to the problem. There's just simply going to be solve it and move on to the next thing. Keep pushing forward. You gotta just keep moving. And the problem here is that once I get moving, players who are not so sure of themselves shut the fuck up, and then they don't do anything. They wait. They sit there and wait to be told what to do. And it's like they want to be instructed. They want orders on what to fucking do. There's a reason why I had to buy a book on how to be a fucking leader, so that way I know what to fucking do. Because I was never trained on how to be a leader. I'm a problem solver, but I'm not a leader. I'm reading up and learning how to fucking do this job because I realize that if I take the fucking mantle, people are going to sit there and go, well, obviously you got the solutions. Tell us what you need us to do. And I'm like, no, I'm making this up as I go. And it's like, be proactive. Like, I need other people to be proactive. I need people that if I say, look, I need you to go over there and take care of something. I don't care how you do it, just do it. And here is the stat. Like, here is the things I need you to not do. Okay? Now do the thing I told you to do, but don't do the thing I just told you. But don't do it the way I just told you not to do it. Okay? Good. Solve it yourself. And then let them go. Let them handle the problem. But the problem here is that they want to argue about the problem rather than simply go, look, immediate problem is this. Solve immediate problem. Move on to this. So you have an end goal in mind. And what they don't realize is that I have an end objective in mind, and I'm currently trying to figure out how to get there. And I may change my goal 100 times before I get to the end point. The end point is win. And then I got many, many steps that reach up to this thing, but the immediate problem has to be fucking solved. And we can't solve that problem if we're staring at a fucking door. And because you gotta use some fucking logic here. Is it a door that looks to be like mainly used? Yeah, it's been used a lot. But it's probably not trapped. Or if it is trapped, it's got an alarm spell. Who's the alarm? This is what we're going to start figuring out. We'll just move forward. And I've watched players stop thinking, or they want to argue. And I sit there and go, you put me in charge. If you want to be in charge, here's the leadership. I'll follow your lead. Tell me what you. I'll offer suggestions. This is what I can do. This is what I will offer you to do. But if you tell me go up ahead, scout, I'll go out and take care of it. But the thing is, I don't want to hear a bunch of fucking people arguing with me about if they want me to lead, let me fucking lead. Do what I say, offer suggestions, or take the goddamn reins yourselves. And since we're almost never playing a game where we have rank, since we're all playing adventurers, we're supposed to be a cooperating team who knows each other. Don't fucking but you tell me you're in charge. I'm going to be in charge. Let me be in charge. It's a weird mess. So I choose to not take on that headache, that stress, where I need to start popping out acid pills to go fight off the ulcer I've got. To sit back and go, nah, I'm calm. I'm cool. Yes, lead, follow, or get out of the way. And that's, God. And I just need people to fucking look, be proactive. Know your character, know what you can contribute. Because I'm going to be counting on you to do the fucking job I need you to do. I look at your character, I know what you can do, I hope. You've told me at least most of your abilities, I hope. But I'm not going to sit there and go, give me your character sheet. No, I'm going to base my assumptions off entirely what you've been playing. So if you've been lying to me the entire campaign and you're actually a paladin and not a shitty fighter, well, cool. Cool. I'm going to plan that you're a shitty fighter. But if you've been playing an awesome paladin, my plans are going to be around you being an awesome paladin. If you're a shitty rogue, guess what? I'm going to plan around being a shitty rogue. But don't fucking yell at me about I've made a choice and you don't like my choice. Well, fuck you. If you don't like my choice, fucking you do it. I'll sit back and not say anything. We'll sit at a door frame and look at it and go, and then I'll sit back and like, Blaine, why are you not paying attention? Because I already made my choice 5 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, I made my choice. But we're still arguing, we're still bitching. Everybody wants to talk about all this other stuff. I'm going to sit here and then, pass a note to the GM saying, anyway, I go over to the wreck of the spaceship, to the other wreck of the spaceship while they're all arguing about philosophy and ethics and morality and all this other bullshit. And I'm going to go grab the nuclear bomb that's in the cargo hold, and I'm going to just drag it over to our cargo hold. And now we've got a nuclear bomb. And then they go, wait, you did that while everybody else is arguing? Yeah. Why not? I mean, I've solved the problem. Problem solved. You're all arguing about the problem. I've solved the problem. We can now move on. We have not wasted 30 minutes of our lives. I have the cargo. It's secured. And then the GM goes, okay, problem solved. There you go. Move on with your fucking life. Get on with the story. And, I just want to, I want to play, I'm here to play the story. I'm here to play the game. I'm not here to play the mechanical part of it. And I know part of the social aspect is the arguing back and forth, but I don't need to have arguing at every fucking turn. I'm going to go do something. I don't care if it's the right choice. I at least did something. It's because doing nothing is the worst choice that you could possibly make. I would want to do something. And that's why, yes, I'm making a support character for Connell's game. And I hope nobody looks at my clown prince of fucking distractions and goes, he's the one in charge. Fuck no, I'm not. Fuck, I could lead, but you're not gonna like where I'm going to go. But if you give me a direction, I don't know, even a gentle nudge, and I will run with it. Oh God, I know I'm all scatterbrained about all of this, but I guess this just comes down to I've watched too many gamers just sit there, and the moment somebody shows up who has any sense of I don't know, intelligence, ambition, or reasoning, like they got a goal, suddenly the players lose all agency. The other players lose all agency. Like they all just kind of sit there in awe of the one player who's got his shit together. And the one player who's got his shit together becomes the guy who's now leading the circus. He's the ringmaster now. And I kind of hate the idea of the games where it's like, oh, hey, you're the party leader. No, party leader is a development that happens organically. But I don't want a bunch of followers. I don't want minions. I don't want a bunch of people who are yes men. If I have a plan, I want to say go, and I want them to understand that I'm telling you this because I respect you to do the job that I gave you. I want you to think for yourself because I'm not going to micromanage. I'm not going to tell you every little detail. That's you. You need to figure it out for yourself. You need to play your character, be who you need to be, while I play my character. I don't need to sit here and make sure that every little detail of your life has been planned out for you and your character. I am not your manager. I'm not paid to be your manager. Now, mind you, if you give me a fucking rank structure and you put me in charge of people, you better fucking believe I'm going to do my job right. And I'm going to fucking do it. And I'm going to be proud of what I do. And I'm going to keep, and I'm going to do what I'm supposed to fucking do. But the GMs who are smart realize, don't give me that job. Give me they put me somewhere quiet, nice, back row, support. And I'm happy to be there. I am happy to play. I am happy to play your department chief. I'm happy to show up there and go, engines work. Crew's unhappy, morale's low, food sucks. And then come back and go, that's the update, sir. Tell me what your plan is. And then have, present problems. And then present solutions. I want to do that. And I like the idea that right now, since I deal with so many young players, that how about you just let me play the old fucking character who's sitting here to go, hey, young guy, I know what you're going through. It's a little overwhelming, but I'm here to help. You're the one. You're in charge. I'm here to provide advice on how to make your job better, and then work from there. I want to do that. I don't want to simply be. I also am level 3 character next to level 3 character because I know how to pull back, to restrain. I know how to show restraint. I know how to. You don't want me as admiral. You don't want me as an admiral. I will show you who I will pattern myself after if you make me an admiral. This man, Willis A. Lee Jr. This guy will be who I will pattern myself after, and you will not like me, for he is the most amazing character you'll ever meet. This book is so worth reading. So worth it. And he is amazing on every level of being an amazing man. Or you'll get a martial, or you'll get me to playing a martial style character, and you will not like that because I will start canning people. People will have careers die because I will not put up with bullshit. That's just simple. I know that's a wild tangent rant, but dear God, dealing with
better than most other people. I got to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Blackjack Pershing.
Yeah. Yes.
Did the incident in the Philippines actually happen?
Let me refresh my memory, okay?
Okay.
I don't have Blackjack Pershing's entire life memorized. Because unfortunately, I don't have his entire life memorized. I have other people that I have spent my time learning, and I haven't gotten to him entirely.
Okay. The synopsis is that basically there's a bunch of people that are there that are of the Muslim faith.
Yeah.
And so he finds out that they really don't acknowledge pigs as valuable animals. He goes as far as to having his troops saturate their bullets in pig's blood. And then he leaves one Muslim alive to set him free and let him go tell people what he will do. If you get captured by Blackjack Pershing, you're going to get slaughtered and not return to your heaven.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, a few years ago, started making the rounds, and the internet didn't like that story because, for Victim Olympics, Muslims are pretty high up there. They always go the route. Okay, Muslims going to hate me right now. That's fine. Get over it. Two, Muslim doctrine always teaches them to attack from the weakest position possible. That way they can have an ambush.
Yep.
I.e., launch attacks from a hospital. Okay. So I'm thinking that this story is true, but I'm not quite certain. And I thought you, as a military a person who enjoys average military history enjoyer at minimum, you'd be able to say if that's true or not.
I'll be honest. Most of my research, I haven't had a chance to read into Pershing as much as I should have.
Okay.
That's a hole in my studies. Most of my work is most of my studies are mostly into the wonderful world of logistics and construction. That's what most of my studies are into, is the industrial side of things. So I'm into I can probably tell you more about the like the Admiralty or the Bureau of Ships, the Bureau of Construction and Bureau of Ordnance than I can for individual officers.
Okay.
I know the only reason why I know Admiral Lee as well as I should, or Admiral King, is because those two were critical towards the development of radar doctrine, anti-aircraft doctrines. Like Lee was Lee was a lot of radar-based gunnery, and he was a major early advocate for putting radar and gunnery on ships. He was also somebody who would sneak into the design the design bureaus of ships that were being designed, and then draw extra. And he would, because all they're all in scale, and he would figure out what the scale for a gun pit is, and everything else, and he would sit there and sneak in and draw extra circles on the blueprints to say it needs more AA guns. And he was that kind of a person who would like to sneak in and do shit like that, and where he would send like subordinates to break into other departments to change things to be what he wanted them to be, because he was a proponent of if you aren't cheating, you aren't winning, you aren't trying, and I can live with that. And I liked Admiral King, who is forever irritated, and he is a force of nature. I like those two because they fit what the kind of people I would want to study and entertain for interest. It's also why I have more books on General Marshall than I have on anybody else, because he's he's handling the bureaucracy side of things. Like that's where I do my best at, is figuring out what people are good for, because that's what I study, so that way I know what people, so that I know what traits other people found interesting, I found desirable, and that way I can look for those things. I'm not trying to emulate over a one for one, but it's good to figure out what they did and study it, so that way I can learn. But it's also why I'm also learning about things that, the Admiralty fucks up periodically, or things various nations fuck up, or why the Italians fuck something up, why the Japanese fuck things up, how often the Americans fuck up and nobody catches it till it catches it by a slim margin, and a variety of other fantastically insane, crazy shit that usually destroyer captains do, because, well, they're interesting people that teach me lessons that I can take somewhere else and use. I know I'm in a hobby where this kind of logic, these kind of thought processes carry over. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but while I should know Pershing, it's the Army. I don't really follow the Army as much as I should. And it's World War I, which I spend most of my World War I research is mostly built on architecture and study of the artillery. I have an artillery nut job, so I can tell you more about German artillery specialists than I can about an American. Than I can about an American general in World War I. I would like to say I care more, but like I said, I'm an artillery fanatic. So that, like I said, a lot of my books are based around that kind of research, and so I really would love to know more, but I only have a very limited budget. I only budget myself $500 a year to buy books, history books, and the sale only happens from Black Friday to January 1st, and I've already hit my $500 spending limit for the year, because the Naval Institute Press has a 50% off sale every year from Black Friday to December 31st, and it allows you to listen every book 50% off. So I can buy $1,000 of books every once a year for $500. So that's what I spend my money on, and then I go, well, I'm broke for the next 6 months. So, but I means that I can only buy so much stuff once a year, and I hate it, because I end up having somewhere around like $700, $800, $900 worth of stuff, and I sit there and cry as I'm going, not that book, not that book, not that book, not that one. Okay, I'm now at only $600. Not that book, not that book. Okay, I'm at $500, and then realizing how many more books I'm pushing off into. I want to read you, I want to own you, but I can't. But I'm not. God, that would be such a fun thing to own.
Yeah, I know, right?
God, it would be such a fun weapon to own, and I would love it. And then
hug it and squeeze it, and it would be all mine. And I call it George.
It's artillery. It's artillery in 28 millimeter. Why would I not want that? I can put it on a board.
I mean, I don't just want one of them. I want like 3 of them.
I want the whole battery.
Yeah, no, yeah. I want at least 3, so like I could have the game table set up, and in the over by where the sliding glass door is for the balcony, I would have those set up on like a nightstand pointing towards the game table, and then the game would start, and like players moving around, all that. Night Gene saying, "Oh yeah, you get out of the dungeon," and all of a sudden, like you start getting shelled. the fuck is shelling us?
I've done that one. I've done that scenario, and I've watched players freak out because they don't know what to do. And that's okay, because they don't know what to do. And I'm like, well, good. You're supposed to be scared. It's supposed to be terrifying. And then they're like, okay, it's been quiet. How long's... And then I had one player go, how long has it been quiet? I go, it's been quiet for about 36 seconds, 6 rounds. And then one player goes, we got about 4 rounds to run. Why? And at which point someone goes, because Blaine knows how long the reload time on that gun is. I go, oh, no. No, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know at all how long that gun is. Oh, by the way, you hear distant thunder. They go, flight time, run. And I'm like, yeah. Bad things are about to happen. And they're like, what the fuck is bad things? I go, explosions. Reflex saves everybody. What? And they're like, oh, motherfucker. I go, I'm being nice to you. They're only 105s. And they're all like, that's not nice. I know it's not nice. Now run. Now go somewhere else as fast as you can because they're reloading. And they're like, oh, mother, I hate you. And I'm like, going, I want you to hate me. Now go. Now get to moving. Move. Move along, or I continue to shell you until you start moving.
Yeah.
And it's like, you guys are a bunch of magical fucking misfits. How are you not able to handle the idea that I'm going to drop a 10th level fireball on you every 40 seconds? Every 42 seconds. And they're like, the fact that you got time, I go, you should be asking 3 questions right now. What? It's like, one, who the fuck's calling? Like, who the fuck's spotting you and observing this? Because they're accurate. What the fuck's going on? I know, right? Fuck you. They're like, 2, how are you going to solve this problem? Because I forgot. One of you's a fucking wizard. Yeah. What is the one that every goddamn wizard player says why gunpowder can't fucking work in a fantasy setting? Because I can fly and teleport and cast my own fireballs? Yes. Why aren't you? I know, you're an idiot. What? You can think of all the solutions in the world when you're in a white room where, when you're a keyboard warrior, the second I say shit's happening and, with dice rolling, your brain fell out your ass. You can't fucking do anything. You're not thinking about this. You're scared. You're scared because you can't see who's attacking you, and they're dropping fucking fireballs on you. The equivalency to a fireball round on you every half minute approximate, and you don't know what to fucking do. You know all the solutions. Do it. And they don't. And then finally that one player who I know, who I'm sitting back as a GM goes, and then finally that one player fucking does something. And I knew that one player was going to do something. And I was like, finally, someone did something. All those cool powers I've been giving you, all those cool abilities I've been giving you, all those cool things all those tools that I've been giving you and letting you just do whatever the fuck you want with, this is when it was supposed to be used. I'm training you to fucking do it. But instead, most of you go, I don't know what to do. Fucking do something. And it's a piss off moment. And I sit back and go, you know what? You're right. I got to dial back the adventure back down to kindergarten level, because obviously if it ain't a pack of wolves chasing you in the woods, or the evil fire demon is sitting approximately 142 feet ahead, 142 feet ahead of you across the room, and he is taunting you. You need to run for approximately 2 rounds to reach him to be able to swing your sword. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to think in multiple dimensions. They don't know how to do anything unless it's just simply, can I blast it with my lightning bolt? Can I blast it with fireball? Are you okay?
No, that's just funny because like I remember whenever I'm not thinking properly, like, I probably should try to think outside the box here instead of I add more dice.
Just add more dice. And too many people just go add more dice. And then when I tell other people solutions to problems where you don't have to add more hit points, you can add other mechanics to enhance a situation, to enhance a problem. It's like, you don't need 400 hit points. Because like, I had a guy who's like, well, Blaine, you know things. I know some things. It's like, I want to run a D&D game set in World War II. I go, don't. First off, don't. And he's like, what? But I got D20 Modern. First off, burn that book. Just do yourself a favor, burn the book. Forget that it exists. Download this book. In fact, hold still. I'm going to send you the book. I have a digital copy of it. Here, have my copy. This is the book you need. This is the book you want. He goes, well, wouldn't I just make a tiger tank have like a zillion hit points? No, it needs 120 hit points. But it needs an armor value of stupidly high. Of what? Of 100 on the front. What do you mean? That's its armor value in historical armor value. But what's it do? It means all damage to the front is reduced by 100. Well, then none of my players can hurt it. That's the point. They need a bigger weapon. Like what? Magic. Or a big weapon. But none of them have a big weapon. Then give them a big weapon. Or, make them attack it from the side or the rear, like what people had to do. Oh, well, that makes sense. And, oh my God, let me guess, you're just going to give it 400 hit points and an AC of 14, weren't you? Yeah. You're an idiot. Well, the gun would do. No, the gun has damage. Here's its damage value. Here's its penetration value. Here's the amount of damage it loses. It loses per. Here's the amount of penetration it loses per range increment. Oh, that's a lot of math, but it's not hard math. You can do it. I have faith in you. Really? No, not really. But I'm handing you the solution to your problem, rather than telling you to figure it out yourself. Here's the solution to your problem that makes a enjoyable game. Oh, thank you. No need to thank me. Go run your game poorly somewhere else, and come back to me with and give me your after action report. I want to know what your players did. Okay, cool, thanks, and then move on. And then I go on with my day, with my life, because I'm busy. Well, I'm not really busy, but I've got things that I'm fretting over. I don't need to hold some GM's hand who's living in some fucking distant state, who wants to run a game, but knows next to fucking nothing. He doesn't know any of this. He doesn't know fucking anything. He just knows whatever memes the internet throws at him. And it's like, this is the internet meme for this. Oh God, all you know is memes. Here's a book. Here's more books. Here's a lot of books. Read all the books. Just start reading. Just stop gaming. Just read. And read. Come back in a decade, and then run it. But then but you can just tell me the solution. I don't want to tell you the solution. I don't want to give you the end goal. I want to tell you where to look, and then you figure it out. Because I want you to learn. I don't want to hand you the solution. I don't want someone to hand me the solution. If I say, I don't know what to do, I don't know where something is, I don't want you to walk me to the solution. I want you to point it and go, it's in that direction. Go look it up. It's in this area. And then let me figure it out. And if I come back a second time and go, I still haven't figured it out, then show me what I fucking didn't get right. Or if I come back and say, hey, this is what I think is the right solution, and then go, no, that was wrong. Let me explain to you where you fucked up in a constructive, engaging manner that will let you learn. So that way, when you fuck up next time, you won't fuck it up in the same way you fucked it up. I'm going to fuck up, but I'm going to fuck up in a new creative fashion every single new time. I'm not going to create the same mistake twice. Don't worry, I'm going to fuck up a lot, but I'm going to fuck up in a newer, better, more interesting way than I did the last time. Because I took notes. I fucked around, I found out, I took notes. And now I'm going to do it better. I'm going to screw up on step 2, not step 1. And eventually I'm going to learn so that way I can run the whole goddamn race. And then someday it'll be my turn to look at some new fucking some FNG who walks into my goddamn fucking shop and goes, hey, I'm the new guy. I go, fantastic. Here's my book. What's this? I wrote a book. What's this book? Everything you need to know. You don't know it yet, but it's in this book. Trust me. You're about to make every mistake I made, and here, read ahead. Learn it so you don't make my mistakes. Make your own, and then watch him make all my mistakes, and I can sit there and go, I understand where you came from, man. I was there once too. Now let me just walk you over through it. Now here's your own book. Write your list of fuck ups. Write your list of mistakes and learn from them. Come back to me later and show me your book of fuck ups, of the things that you think are important. I'll compare it to mine. And who knows? Maybe you understand things better than I do. And you'll teach me. And I'll be happy because I'm learning. Because I want to learn. I want to know. I don't want someone else to do it for me. I want to be able to do it. Just let me learn with you. And who knows? Maybe we'll both find something new out. Much like today, I got to learn about vacuum hoses that were for an AC unit off a 77 Charger. But yeah, I didn't know anything about those. Now I do. Not much, but I know more than I knew at the start of the day. I learned something new, namely that the diameter of the hoses that go to the vacuum bolt. But hey, that's something I didn't know. Fuck yeah. Okay, cool. And that's the shit that I want gamers, like, that's just my job, but gaming is just similar. I mean, I don't, as much as I know everything. Yes, I do have an omnibus of fuck ups. It's an omnibus, and I'm only on about one third of the way to the book. I'm going to fill that whole book, and yes, and the front cover I have written the words fucking. I have the FN. It's just called the FNG manual, and on page 2 it says fucking new guy, because that's what it is. It's a fucking new guy manual. You're the fucking. I'm the fucking FNG. I know what I am. I'm a month into this job, and I'm still learning everything. Because, fuck, there's a lot of things that I need to learn. Fuck, I don't know it. But I don't have the attitude of, well, fuck it, I don't know. The computer will tell me. Fuck it, no. I'm going to learn this shit. It may be a year or two before I'm fucking good at it, but I'm going to fucking learn it. And I'm going to teach other people how to fucking do it too. But Yes, yes. And I will have to. I will have to. I will have to read that book. That find that book that you mentioned, Six Nations. And no, friend computer is not your friend.
No, it never is your friend.
Friend.
It is never your friend computer.
Friend computer is never friend. I am a traitor and must lose one of my clones now.
We need to play that game, motherfucker.
We do.
That is such a good game.
That would be a fun game to play. Oh God, friend computer is friend computer. God, do I still have it? Do I still have it saved? Yes, I do. One moment. Yeah, like I said, I have friend computer here. I have a whole slew of these. Like in the edit avatar section, I have a whole bunch of dumbass fucking weird icons that I have all over the place. It's great. But no, like I said, I forgot how long ago I saved it, but yeah, so I do have the paranoia computer on as an avatar in case I needed it. But I'm going back to my to one of my other old favorites, which is Hope is not a good plan. That is one of my favorites. Hope is not a good plan. It never is. I'm gonna pray for somebody else to come and save me. You're fucked. You're just seriously fucked. No. Okay, I think I burnt a good amount of energy off by just ranting about incompetency in other players. I'm sorry, it's been kind of.
Oh, you're fantastic, dude.
I feel bad that I'm buying manuals on fucking leadership just so that way I can lead players. Just to fucking know how to be able to go. Because it's the one skill I don't have is leadership. For how often I play characters that have it, real life me does not have it, and I freeze up with it, and thus I'm having to learn it. This is a hard skill to learn, to self-teach, to study and self-teach. It's not easy, especially for somebody who's an introvert. I am an extreme introvert, so that's learning an extrovert's fucking skill set of you need to be proactive and look like you're fucking in charge, like you know what you're doing. And I'm like, I don't fucking know what I'm doing, but I can put on a face that makes you think I do. But that's also what GMing is. In a way, that is what GMing is.
Yeah,
is making sure that everyone thinks you know all the answers. You're right. I do know all the answers. And then just making sure everybody else thinks it. Because they don't need to actually know that inside you're screaming in utter terror and fear about what the fuck's going on here. They just need to know that you got a plan. Yeah, I got a plan. It's just 2 minutes. I'm just thinking 2 minutes ahead of where all the rest of you are at. Okay? And I'm making it up as I go. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just so used to other players being stupid, or when I tell them to do something, they go off and do something completely different. Like, hey, I need you to not do this one thing. I'm going to do that thing. Fuck it. Why am I even trying now? Because I don't have the option to be able to just summarily walk up behind someone and be like, no, comrade. The commissar does not agree with your course of actions. Blam, 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 and then move on with my fucking day. Go put my 40K Inquisitor hat and be like, "Nah, motherfucker, you don't get that option." But no, I'm scatterbrained right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
is just some of the problems we all have with gaming. And it really is what it is, and we just it's that thing we got. It's that thing we all got to fucking deal with in one way or another. I guess I just choose to be the guy in the background a lot because there are other people who are way more proactive, more outgoing, more forward. Because it's one thing that Garrett is that Baron is fucking amazing at, and that's just being loud, brash, and in front. He's just good at it. It's wonderful. Like he just does. He just goes, and I like that because it means that, well, shit, he's going. Pudding. All right. Just need to figure out how to get you it. That's all. Find contact. I find a way to contact us, and pudding might be arranged.
Rice brings a sword. Planet California, circa 2023.
Hey, Christmas will be fun, no matter what.
Yeah, we're going to have fun this year, I think. This is going to be a good year for a lot of us. I'm talking about 2024 because I'm in it for the comedy. I'm here for the lulls.
I am too.
And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of groans in the process.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like there always is. Like, wait, what's going on?
Wait, what? What?
Yeah. I just stumbled in. I'm not even drunk. Well, that kind of reminds me of one nasty year, 2009, whenever I created my YouTube account. Whatever. All right. So my little imp here, he's about done. We're gonna give him a couple highlights on the teeth, and he'll be ready for the pile of varnishing. Are there any games that you're wanting to run this next year? Because here we are, start of December. My gaming, if it wasn't for my alpha test, I wouldn't even have a game, because my other game, these guys are just like it's the holidays. Our shit falls on the holidays this year, and
I'm currently in a holding pattern because of the same fucking reason. It's the holidays. Okay, cool. And
I mean,
yeah, you saying?
No, I didn't realize like the holidays caused everybody to have seizures throughout the whole month of December, and like, no, you can't come to the table. Nope, don't ask us. You know, we've got to take the wife out. We're gonna go spin around, and we're gonna do ballroom dancing because we never do that, and they're just like Excuseville over and over. And I get it. People have families and stuff, but we live in a military town. Like, very few families come here to visit. It took my parents 7 years to want to come back to Texas. Okay, it's not that they don't enjoy it. It's the fact that like it's just inhospitable. Like, majority of the time, like 9 months out of the year, it's over 100 degrees in San Antonio. Yes, by design, I like it like that. What? Yes, I like it like that because I don't have to worry about things like snow days.
I had the problem is Pure school is a school town. It's, everyone's gone, everyone's busy. It sucks, and I really just no. And honestly, I keep thinking like, if I had a choice, I wouldn't mind running the Renegade games on E20 Transformers or GI Joe RPG, probably the hybrid, mix the two together. Because honestly, I kind of want to indulge in my love of cartoon shenanigans and high soup adventuring, because that sounds like fun. Honestly, lots and lots of fun. But I know I'm going to have trouble finding players who will want to play that. Well, no, I wouldn't have. I will. Me and a couple old fucks have been sitting here going, L5R sounds like fun, and we both went, yeah, but do we know enough weaves to be able to want to play Legend of the Five Rings? No, we don't.
You know what I was surprised about was that L5R's engine was never ported to anything not L5R.
Nope.
That's what killed me. It's such a simple game system.
I know.
It's like D6, but more simplified than West End Games D6 system.
Yeah, it's just D10s, lots of D10s.
Yeah,
you get to feel good rolling a boat of, and you only need 10, and that's the best part about playing the original first edition rules. You need 10 D6. That's all you'll ever need. The game never needs more than 10 D6. Fuck, every White Wolf player I know on the planet has that many or more. We have boatloads of them.
My dice collection I've got right now. We played a D10 One World by Night. No, all things inclusive, like demon, wrath, or wraith, mummy, werewolf, mage. We didn't have any vampires, but we played a game like that, like 2014. We had 2 sessions of it, and they just said, "Bring your dice bag, Bruce. We'll get all the D10s out of there."
Yeah,
and that was it.
Yeah, and the thing, it's like I would love to run first edition L5R. It's unbalanced. It's broken. The game is fucking crazy, but it's only 10d6, and it's supposed to be crazy and unbalanced and unbroken and crazier than fun. And because it was just it was just a well built, interesting world with a decent engine attached to it. I deep down want to play Exalted again. I would either play it. I would rather play it than run it, but I would run it just to be able to run Exalted and run Exalted properly. I like second edition as much as people like first. I like second because again, it's got flaws, but I like the flaws. I can work around the flaws. I like third more, but third's still nascent and has a lot of its ancillary books still in the wings coming. But I know, again, Exalted's a game that not many people know well enough to be able to run, to be able to play properly. And I would want to get lost in it. I would love to run The Expanse. But again, that's The Expanse. I mean, do you know The Expanse? And
only from the Amazon show, which really, season 6 was shit.
I know, but that's okay because I'd probably stay during, Leviathan Wakes and the first couple books, and then probably go off in my own direction before the gate opens, before the gate's formed. So I wouldn't, I would change the story. I would set it in that universe and then tell my own story. No proto-molecule, no series, no Venus, no gates. Tell my own story. Run it using that engine. It's a cool universe. I love the Belters. I love Mars. I love Earth. There's enough stories to tell without having to go down the same road the books went. And I would love it. I would love to run that because it's a fun, simple engine. I would love to run the Homeworld RPG. But again, that's Homeworld. And while it's a video game and it's a fun one, I don't think a lot of people would. I don't think a lot of people are as invested into, like, say, the KISS system, or dealing with, like, the events of Cataclysm, or understand, really super into, dealing with the idea of either they could, the race to, the race to Hagara, or dealing with the Titan Empire breakup and Republic. That's its own problem. I would love to, but that would require people who are really into wanting to play Homeworld. Like, they know Homeworld and they want to play Homeworld. I wouldn't want to force anyone to play Homeworld, because unless you're in the mindset, nobody's going to be as interested and invested in the system that it needs to be. So it really comes down to, at least with Transformers and G.I. Joe, those two books, now that I have the Decepticon Directives and the Cobra and the Cobra Dossiers books, those books actually, they sound like they're Gen 1, the 84 cartoon, the Gen 1 Transformers, but they have artwork and they make references to characters who are from
more recent evolution,
Sigma 6, Renegade, the various newer G.I. Joe series. The art, some of the artwork is new, but they have a mix of the original and then some of the new stuff. The Transformers one has artwork that dates back, that goes, no, we admit that Beast Wars exists. We admit that the Unicron Chronicles were a series that you could pull from. We can admit that the Prime Universe was something that you could pull from. Gen 1 is all over the place, but if you want to pull from all of this, if you want minicons, if you want this, we've got all of that. So no matter what era of Transformers you came from, we got you covered. We got it. Yeah, you could be it. We've got all of it. And because the two rule sets are actually compatible and use the exact same rules and are very more cinematic, because it just is. So you could technically play one of the classes that came from Transformers if you can make a good reason why your G.I. Joe character or your Cobra character might have been so it's not a Cybertronian, scientist. No, you're just a robotic cybernetics master who just knows how to fix machines that can transform. Wow. Okay, not hard. The jumps here, and because a lot of what the game does is, this is what I found out was really cool. So when you make a character, you can choose, you get one free background, but you can choose 2 additional backgrounds that stack on. But each additional background you stack on has to take a flaw based on the additional background. So you can be more powerful, more cool, but you get drawbacks and flaws that have personality and game rule problems. So if you want to be in complete control, you can just go, I don't want to have all the power, so I just want 1 perk. And I'm cool, but I want 3 perks. I'm greedy. Now you get a flaw. Now you got some disadvantages. You're more powerful, but you got a flaw that comes with it. And I like that. So and I like the idea that you can be something smaller, more interesting, and I like how his damage works. I like how his combat works. I like how the gear works, and it fits what I want, and I can use it without a problem. But I would not want to run it with people who are not G.I. Joe and Transformers fans, because if they're not going to get into the mindset of hey, what do you all want to play? And if I can get everyone on the table goes, oh, we're all here to scream all hail Megatron. Well, I know what kind of game we're going to play. Or, we all want to be Autobots. Cool. Hey, we all want to play Cobra characters. Cool. I want to see. Okay, guys, give me your fucking best ham-fisted, weird-ass fucking name. Give me your code names. Like, I want to hear this shit. I want to hear weird-ass code names. I want to hear your cracked-out best backgrounds on why you get to wear your custom weird ass uniform and be fucking weirdos. I want to see this. I want to see what weird ass fucking vehicle you guys come up with for yourselves, and I want us to see get into the gimmick. I want them to lean hard into their fucking gimmicks. It's like if they want to play Cobra, I want them to be something crazy. I want them to be prototypes that will eventually become crazy ass fucking characters. I want them to come out with like something weird, some new vehicle, something neat. I want them to be different and get into character. I don't want to have I'm the guy in the green uniform in the back. I'm playing the blue guy who jumps out of the rattler. 1 second before the missile hits. I'm that guy. No, I don't want you. Now, mind you, I could be okay with that because there's actually a bonus for playing the blue idiot Vipers, where you get actually get a bonus for having more, as the more idiot blue Vipers who are blue troopers who are around you, the more you get a perk for being part of the mob of idiots who are charging into combat. By how many other idiots there are with you in that mad charge, and I'm going, well, fuck, that could be okay. I can see that. See, at that point, a player is thinking about how they want to go. No, I'm starting at the bottom. I'm working my way up to the ranks. I haven't got a cool Viper name yet. I'm just literally Blue Cobra Trooper number 426. And hopefully I won't die on this mission. Good job, you. Oh shit, it's Duke. Run the fuck away. And that's a fucking valid answer. And I love the fact that that's a valid answer. And it's like, because of that game, I like how that game it embodies the cartoons in the comics where it's like where everybody manages to eject from their fucking vehicles before they explode. You're incapacitated, but it takes an act of actual will to kill somebody. Where it's like, no, it's like you need to have that moment where Megatron walks up to Ironhide, puts his foot on it, and fires the cannon to kill him. It's like you need to have that. Hey, they're down. Do you make the conscious moment to kill? Oh, okay. Or do you go, no, I'm taking them prisoner, or I'm leaving them unconscious on the ground because I don't have time to drag someone off to jail. It's like, it's fun. It's an interesting way. As I said, it's all, but I would love to see what players could come up to, like make your best Autobot, make your best Decepticon. I want to see where you think you fit into the G.I. Joe universe. I want to see it. I want to see your shitty code name. I want to see your fucking I want to hear your bad description of your really shitty stereotype uniform as making fun of horribly of your branch of the service, and I want to see them have goofy fucking fun. I want to see I want somebody to come up with their pro wrestler on his who rides into combat on a tank ATV, so he can go fucking do wrestling moves because fuck Sergeant Slaughter. Yes. I mean, fuck. Okay, cool. I want players to fucking be in character. I want them to embrace the setting. I don't want to be I'm a boring guy. No, I don't need boring people. I have stats for boring people. If you want to be a generic guy who, the the nameless guys in the green uniforms who run in the background going, "We're also here." Yeah, we got you too, man. We got you. And oh god, Crafty, half the memes are my memes. And the other half are parents. But shit, you know, we could do that for the last hour. Am I just rambling on some weird ass ideas?
You got some great ideas here.
But wouldn't they be fun?
It'd be hugely fun.
I know that. Okay, I know if I was like to this idea with like you'd have a great idea. You'd have a field day with this, right?
Yes.
I think Baron would too. I'm not sure how cheese whizzy everybody else is on their 80s comics, on their 80s cartoons.
I'm sorry. I just everybody the better get like familiar with Sunbow real quick. I'll give you the YouTube links for free viewing of not D&D, of G.I. Joe and Transformers, so you can enjoy those series, and then we can have Kai run it for us. But that would be a lot of fun.
It would be a lot. It'd be a lot of fun.
There was actually a character in the Sunbow world that he traveled between G.I. Joe stories and the Transformers stories, and he was in the humanoid stories and the gym and the holograms. There was a TV reporter. He was in each and every one of those shows.
Yep.
So this shit's already tied together, guys. Let's stop trying to pretend like this is all isolated stuff. No. All this stuff is tied together. Let me tell you.
No, I also like how in the Transformers universe, there's a retired old Cobra commander who shows up and sells some guns to the Decepticons. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I was perfectly fine with this. Not certain exactly where people started getting like upset with things. No. Stop being upset. Let's take a look at what the facts are and how they laid out their universe. They didn't know how to do a multiverse back in the 80s, but they had the foundation down. Somebody just had to come along and do it. That's it.
I know. It's like, and the best part is like, I love how utterly silly I can make this. It could be as serious or as fucking crazy as I would want it to be. Because honestly, G.I. Joe and Transformers were always fucking bizarre and silly, but also could be serious at the same time. It's like, what? The weather dominator? What the fuck is this? God. And just, I mean, there's so many cool conversions and neat things I could go with it and go somewhere. And God, it's the silliest silliest RPG I own because of the potential. Because I've seen what players can come up with when they're like, no. It's like when I'm playing against, okay, so I'm playing a seeker, but his special thing, like, okay, you got me on being a seeker. Now tell me everything else you got. And they come up with some weird ass fucking power for their transformer because everybody's got some weird special ability, and I'm like going, that is cool. I like that. Go with it. Or it's like yeah, I'm gonna play a triple changer. What are you? Okay, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna transform to this and transform to this. That would be the most horribly ugly fucking transformation I've ever seen. And this is for somebody who thinks Blitzwing is the best fucking transformer because his toy is ugly as shit. But I love it. And they even admit that they even admit that animated was an actual thing. And I'm like, oh, fantastic! I'll even admit that the one that nobody likes was good because I love that one. And I was like, and like the G.I. Joe even goes so far as to go. No, we're admitting that the Bio Vipers from Renegade and Renegades is an actual plot line. I'm like, what? Oh shit! Fuck yeah! That series ended because its creator died in a car accident. I'm okay with this. actually its lead artist died in a car accident. And so therefore they're like, well, we can't really continue the series. The guy who did all the character designs is dead. Oh well. And I'm like, no, I'm so sad. Cobra Commander's just hilarious. I love him. He's just a great villain.
I think he's one of the strongest villains in the actual 80s milieu of comics. The comic version was a little less humorous, but the cartoon version, I think they softened him up to be more like Skeletor, because Skeletor could be really devious, but like he would overplan things or not plan enough on certain things, and then he'd like have his kind of followers fuck up everything they touch. I don't know, but it was just it was interesting to have Cobra Commander be such a prominent individual, and then you've got Destro, which is kind of like cleaning up behind him, and everything he touched, if he had the authority to fix it, it would go through, and G.I. Joe would have their hands full. They'd require a lot of resources to stop Destro's amended plans.
And then you got Baroness, who's the most loyal to the cause character.
Mm-hmm.
It's like she's there for world conquest. She's not there because for power or anything like that. She's there for the actual cause, and everybody else is just kind of there. And like she likes Destro because Destro's the one that lets you get shit done, and she likes Cobra Commander because Cobra Commander's the one in charge. But she's the actual true believer, and I love that. And I love the comic I've got where it's like there's a comic issue I've got where it's got Firefly, who's one of my favorite villains because he's just there for the money. He's just there for the cash. Like he's like Major Blood. He's a mercenary. He's just there for money. And in that shot, it's got in one of the panels, it's got Baroness going over the railing of a boat, screaming the usual Cobra battle cry, and she's just like going right into combat. And here comes Firefly going. I'm fighting for a stable paycheck and medical insurance. Like he's just there for fucking medical, dental, and a paycheck. And I'm like going, I like the fact that there's just that variety of characters. Like why are you here? To pay? The pay's better than G.I. Joe. And I'm like going, isn't that the fucking truth though? Like, it's like, hey, how's it feel knowing that most guys who flip burgers earn more than you? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm better than that. Meanwhile, one guy, I am better than that. And then here's like this, like the twins show up and they're just like, we will pay you $100K a year plus benefits. Do I get to shoot missiles still? Yes. Done. Bye. And then suddenly, hey, where did he go? Six figure income, a house, a car, and a pension plan. Well, shit. Well, luckily I'm a proud American. I'm a patriot. Man, my paycheck sucks and the VA benefits blow. God damn it. I got a mortgage and a car payment. Fuck this. I'm joining Cobra.
Isn't it sad when you're like, man, I think I'm going to join Cobra?
The pay's better.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a marketable skill. What are you get? I'm good at computers. Congratulations. You are now a techno viper. Yay! Hey, can you drive a car? I can drive a big rig. Awesome. We got you over here, the Beetle Corps. What is your marketable skill? I've got no marketable skills. Here's your blue uniform. And your helmet. Here's your mask. Just learn how to scream Cobra and charge in the direction we tell you to charge. Do I get to learn how to fire my gun? No. Bullets cost money. We fire lasers. Lasers cost money. You get no fucking training. Okay. Just remember, if you fall down, if they shoot at you, fall down. The Joes don't shoot twice. That's kind of harsh. Well, you got no marketable skills. And I like how in the book that's actually what they say. It's like we recruit everybody who comes like Cobra. We'll take everybody who walks in. We then ask you, do you know how to do anything? I can drive a car. We got a job for you. I don't know how to do anything. Here's a gun. Here's a blue mask. Congratulations. Welcome to the Viper Corps. Oh, this is going to be fun.
And then you have the old man calling up G.I. Joe. I am the Viper. And then, everything he says, like he gives the G.I. Joe coordinates for what's going on, or they think it's coordinates. But
I know, he's just trying. I love that episode.
In the end, he's just trying to have a job. Like, I'm the Viper. I'm here to vibe your windows.
And I love that. It's like, and see, that's the kind of stupid shit that the game can give. It could be all about like, oh no, we need to stop Cobra from doing something stupid. I don't know, because we're gonna go play hockey with the laser corps. What? The weather control device. It's Weather Dominator episode, man. Okay, this makes no fucking. Sure. I'm on board with this. Pyramid of Darkness, we got this. Mass Device, cool. Weather Dominator, cool. Build Serpentor, sure. Is like, what's Cobra up to today? They're trying to raise the Titanic. Why? Because we didn't understand that there's a super secret thing that was buried in there, and it was just easier. So there's like a big fist fight at the bottom of the ocean because that's how shit works. And fuck, we had to sink the Montana as an episode, which was a hilarious, weird story. Which I'm like, this is probably one of my favorite worst episodes because of the Admiral is like, I'm stealing a battleship. What? And I'm going to blow up Norfolk on my way out. What? Fuck it. Okay. Cobra's okay. This is a dumb episode. Okay. I'm on board with this. Parking cars to his tank driver. That's not too far from the truth.
No.
This is the kind of stuff I like and the weird stuff I want. And this is the kind of thing I don't get from playing most other RPGs, is just being able to be this fucking ham-fisted. I just want the fun. I really do. I want to be fun. I want to be just goofy, and and I don't want to hear. I'm playing Valaria Starshine. I drew it in the first circle. Who manages to call down the powers of the stars? And fuck it up. And who are you? Big, large, huge barbarian. My power is driving a floor sweeper at 3 miles per hour, dramatically down a old brewery, while punching someone else. Oh, whatever.
It's good. So good.
Love that movie. I love that movie to death. It's my favorite. Because it's so much better than Puma Man. The Puma Man.
I mean, Puma Man's good. Don't get me wrong. Anytime Donald Pleasance is in a movie, it's going to be good. But shit,
it's not Space Mutiny.
No,
it's not Mitchell. Mitchell's
and my favorite is actually Werewolf.
Werewolf, fantastic. I like Werewolf. Oh god, there's so many good ones. Overtrot Memory Bank is another one of my favorites because it's just got weird. It's just so weird. But there's I don't know. I guess when I guess I don't know. I've actually gone. No, I'm good at this point. There are so many games I would love to play, but not I had to run or play. Actually, play is simple. Anything under the sun that I could play for more than 6 adventures. That's honestly what I would like. I just want 6. I just want a game that goes past 6 adventures, please. Where I don't have to wait, for school school functions to the stars to align for everyone to be available to actually do something.
I'm not trying to pat myself on the back here. Don't take that. But what I'm about to say here, I'm very happy with how my players are letting me play test their game. Because I'm not doing a play test where I at the end of every session, I send out mailers with fucking questionnaires and did you enjoy the way the game went? Did you enjoy the flow of combat? Do you think the DM was fair to you in the role playing? No, I'm not doing that. I'm trying to be very fair with them by treating this like it's a fucking campaign that we are going to run for years.
Yeah.
I want it to be so organic. I've got a buttfuck ton of miniatures and adventures for this campaign and for outside this campaign and all this stuff that I can just pull from and I can throw at them. I've got a fucking online database with the entire history of the world on it, including fucking bloodlines and shit. So there's not a thing they can do where they're going to be we're going to throw you a curveball and do this. Not that I wouldn't mind curveballs, but this is the most complete game I've ever had where my players aren't saying, no, we need to blow through this module. We need to do this adventure path. We need to go back and kill this guy. I mean, fuck, tonight the guys, they met the big bad evil guy of the entire campaign for the other game. There's a hairstylist that came to town at the start of winter, and he's advertising his wares, and he's got a lady she's busking for him, and she's getting attention, and people are going in and getting a haircut, and he's fairly accomplished. People are coming out looking sharp. They're looking good. So the players meet him at the last day where the central town hall is they have one more night of food from the celebration from the players returning back after 3 months of being gone, 4 months of being gone, and they've never been gone from home before because they're teenage kids, right? And they got trained. They went to an actual adventuring college for the fucking Coasters Guild, for the guys that are union bastards on wagon and ship alike. They were sent to school, and they did well. They really did. So as they came back, the town was happy to see them the first night. It's all tears and hugs. Day 4, nobody's kissing their ass. They're you got to come back to the fucking town hall and eat the rest of this goddamn shrimp before it goes bad. And so they went back there. The fucking the hairstylist is in town with his mom, Joan Collins, wannabe, dressed in furs, and his wife, who's got a fat Mexican ass. And so they get the characters in their trailer the next day, and snip, 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 all 6 characters get the haircut. And then what the players don't know is that as he's leaving town, he's ambushed. Because he's been getting tracked. The people knew what he was doing, and they knew that if they needed something, they could find him. Well, he gets ambushed. He loses his life along with his mates, and they're dead. They're on a trail 1 day's travel away. The Giants have all the fucking components they need, and so they figure out with their thaumaturs which of these is somebody here at least got some courage. Oh, we found 6 at the very end of this bag contents. Summon these 6. And so the players get whisked off to this floating castle miles above, and they meet Hungar's miniature, the big bad evil guy, and he's like, "Yeah, we're needing you to do a job. I just had my puppy, like I've got a Thunder Terrier, and she just had pups. Well, some of them got lost down in the wine cellar. I was fine till I saw spiders. Listen, I'm a normal man. I am a storm giant, but I do have feelings and emotions. I have a phobia against spiders. Do me a favor, go get them, and I'll get you your gold or just whatever you value. You can fucking have it, okay?" And he basically kicks him down the fucking stairs. Get my puppy.
I heard the end of that. I was kind of laughing to that. That was fun. I was liking that. And honestly, I would love to play that game, but I get off work. I get off work every Saturday at 3, which sucks. So
yeah. You'd have to be ran by somebody else for the first 2 hours if you were in the game. I mean, be fine if you're cool with that, sure. But if not,
yeah, it frees me up so I can get work done. On my Saturday afternoons before getting on for this. So,
and I don't want to cut into anything you got going on with wife, because like you have very limited time with family. If she says, "Hey, Saturday, I want to do blah 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 blah," you're like, "Yeah, I can allow that. We can do that."
Yep.
And being the nature of the web is most of what we do is preserved on here forever. You can do that. You can watch us later, which that's cool.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We're kind of in our 3.5 hour, and I like talking to you, but it's 1:15 almost.
It is. And I've been up since 6 a.m. So
Are you actually getting tired, or are you not getting tired?
Well, I'm okay, but I can tell that I've had a few fast runs, and I'm going, whoo, gotta cool down a bit. Like, need a direction or someone to point me, because I'm getting a bit on the rudderless. I've run over everything in my brain. I know there's more up there, but I need someone to shake it out of me.
Next time we do this in 2 weeks.
Yep.
I want to talk about game design and such a little bit more, because I think you're really good for that. You do a lot of game theory, and I think with me trying to stick with the basic 6 ability scores, I'm not going to try to fucking pull what Paizo did and run to an orc license, be like, we're going to rename everything just so you can't sue us for fucking theft or whatever. Where, like, in my opinion, just running to the orc license and having the same shit just with like one word changed, that's even more damning. But then by me going like, you know what, fuck off. I like 3rd edition a lot more than you do, because you went to 5th edition going on 6th. I'm going to stick with this system over here, and you can piss off. I'm going to use this dead system, and it's mine now. And I'm going to even import shit from other systems I really like weapon mastery charts from Rule Cyclopedia, initiative counts from fucking Hackmaster 5, and other fun assorted things like the fucking hit location chart from Warhammer FRP. And I'm going to blend it all together, and it's going to be fairly homogenous to blend in this one type of game. It's going to work for me. Watch me how. And then I run a goddamn organic campaign off it, Now I am patting myself on the back. And I'm going to actually have the same longevity intent as what I've got with a Pathfinder core game that's ran for 3.5 years. And I actually think this will run longer because my players aren't fighting me so hard. My players are actually kind of fighting the world because they're like, we're trying to find out what to do next or where to go next. I'm like, the whole world's your oyster, have fun. And so, except for Connell, which he doesn't have a world encyclopedia of like where to go, what to do, what to buy, where to shop, etc. He's like the only one that's got real experience. Janet's been playing for 1.5 years, maybe, but she's not super familiar with the Lost Lands. She knows a few things. That's about it. And she knows World Anvil pops up. There's hexes. That's where we are over here in this barren spot. And that's where the hill giants are, and that's where the frost giants were, and here's where the fire giants are at, and here's where Bruce said this, and that's about all she can say. Her character could say volumes, but Janet, the player, doesn't know it. And so all these players, all these other guys, like, have watched me for a year or two, or 3 or 4, and they've watched my games. They know I run games. They know I play stuff. They might appreciate my sense of humor or my horrible way of dealing with people. I don't know, but I've got a bunch of them that are in the game now, and that's like the greatest feeling as a GM because like it's like I've got people that genuinely want to be there. Like the group that I've got for the past 4 years, like for them, it's almost like they feel like they're clocking into a job because they're like, ugh. Got to be here. I've got a high level character. But when you get new players that kind of know what your game and your intent is, and they've seen you prove that, like, no, I can run high level, they're like,
they're invested.
They want to be invested. They want in, and so I really feel like I'm a blessed GM. Like I should be a fuck ton more gratitude based than what I am. I mean, I don't know how I could say that. I'm kind of slamming myself because I don't exhibit that gratitude a whole lot. And I think that there's other GMs out there that are at my level or higher. I consider you at least an equal, if not more superior, because you would love to run a game for 3 to 5 years. But
I used to a lot.
Yeah, you used to do that a lot. Hell, you have the campaign that had you have the campaign world that you ran a handful of campaigns in it, and the players kept stopping the apocalypse from coming, but the world was not better than what it was when they were first level.
Yeah.
And so like the world kept sliding towards its disintegration. And I don't know if you're going to run that ever again. I would love to hear your stories when you do. But
honestly,
I hear stories of your games.
I want to get back to that world so badly, and hell, I want to figure out what the fuck you guys are gonna do in that world when I get back whenever it gets back to my round, because I don't think Connell will let me not run that a second time, which I'm okay with. I love it, but it's like it's the setting that I want to run more. Like it's like if I get the chance, I'm going to run that world so badly. But I'm also at the point now where I want to find an engine change. That's like I'm ready for an engine change. Is what I'm at.
Sure.
Because
do you want to go towards more simple, like West End Games D6?
The thing here is that I've got baked into it a lot of high end powers, a lot of high end abilities. The game world, the campaign world that I'm in, really does cater to it's not a mundane world. It's not a boring world. It's not a quiet one. It's a world where people do rise higher than the average mundanity. So it has to, whatever, I know this is what I'm in the middle of researching here. No matter what game I do, it has to be able to be be able to function with both techno magic technology and high end high magic. Really, like I don't. I know I've like I know I don't. I've kind of crushed magic really hard, but the potential for high magic has to be there. So it has to be able to integrate magic into it because, well, it's there. It's a fundamental function of the universe. It and I want to have it to have a versatile, functional, and interesting combat system that is good. And I know I keep looking periodically at Exalted as always because it really fits the scope and scale and level of bonk. Like I know it doesn't convey it very well, but and I know I make fun of comic books a lot, but there's a very anime comic book manga feel to the world I run. Yes, I have a very military fiction. Yes, there's some groundedness to it, but it has characters in it who are like Berserk. It is Goblin Slayer. These are adventures that could happen in this world. These are characters that could be here. It's a world where people are not just like it's not grounded. It's people who realize magic exists. We understand magic enough that we do shit with it. There's people who realize, oh wait, because it's a system where it's a world where somebody wrote out the grand unified theory of magic. It's not universally liked. It's not universally accepted, but there's a group out there who is pushing the grand unified magical theory. The idea that, all forms of magic are really the same magic. You know that, right? Right?
Correct.
But there's divine magic. Yeah, but there's arcane ways of reproducing it. Well, there's divine ways of recreating arcane magic. There's occult magic, but it's also reproducible by 3 or 4 different other ways of schools. So there's people out there who go, we're working on who've worked on and went, no, there is just simply, I hate to almost say it, to go back to the spellcaster, the magic user mentality, where I would have it be more, where I would have it be, is it innate? Do you have it like linchpinning it? Or do you have to study it? It has variations. Like, I almost need to write my own rules, but I don't want to be another one of those people who goes, I'm going to write my own rule set. I appreciate what you're doing, but I don't want to be another one of those people who goes, here's my own custom rule set. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm very, very, I'm looking at a lot of game engines because I need it. Because while Pathfinder 2 works, it doesn't work well. Pathfinder 1 works, but it definitely doesn't work well.
You have to have, on Pathfinder 1 at the very least, you have to have a DM that says you can play in this pasture here. But wait, there's pastures all around. Yes, you do that, and this entire farm collapses. You have to have a steady hand on the players and be guiding them towards like what's acceptable. Okay, we're only going to be playing with Words of Power this campaign, or no, we're going into Spheres of Ultimate Power or something, or the Drop Dead Studios system, and nothing else. Because if you do that, like all of this shit, if you try to say you'll run everything, the campaign falls apart. You're fighting. The CR definitely falls apart, but you're having players fight the fucking ancient red dragon like at level 10 and winning. And the game really isn't really supposed to be set up for that,
No, it's meant for hard users, but the thing here is that I don't because of how varied and one, the two worlds I run are very old and they're interconnected, and they've had travel in them for quite some time. They're like the age of the steamship has come, gone, come back, gone, come back, gone, come back. Like the age of airships has come and gone and then come back. I mean, teleportation gates, teleportation networks. Players have actually actively gone out of their way to destroy teleport to prevent teleport from working because teleport is dumb. But instead, they found ways of bypassing that. So I found the map, but it's a horrible overlay system that I created that requires a light board, which I have still, to translate all the layers of the map. But it's a Stargate network that somebody had figured out how to build. They started with a simple magic item. You know the old ring gates, the old magic item, the ring gate.
Yeah. You have that on Khymerion. Okay. You've got one that spans the fucking ocean at the little Rock of Gibraltar spot.
Yeah. The thing is that it's got a range. It's a short range too. So what a player did, this was brilliant, and I love the amount of work he put into this because he figured out that the teleport spell no longer works because a player to stop a dimensional invasion destroyed teleport. It doesn't work no more. He made the sacrifice and went, the world does not need to be conquered by an extra dimensional, by eldritch horrors that exist beyond the universe. So he destroys teleport as the spell exists. And so it's like his next project was this ring gate still work? Well, yeah, because it's a wormhole between two fucking items. Okay, he goes, okay. And you can link, so he built a series of ever bigger ring gates that each of them have a longer range that can reach out and has a dialect. So he has a category with the class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 gates. So like class 1 gates is the classic ring gate from the map from the DMG from the magic items list. Mm-hmm. And that gives you the ability to do a small little jump, but they can link up to a class 2. A class 2 gate allows you to reach within 100 any other gate within 100 miles, and a class 3 gate allows you a 1,000 mile range, and the class 4 gates were the intercontinental gates. And so if you knew the right combinations to route so he created a dialer device that could key in. If you knew where the other gates were, you could actually dial in the route to dial through the various ring gate networks to reach another gate. And it was a reprogrammable device. But when he built them, he hid all the gates so that way no one who's not supposed to use them would have access to them. And then it made the dialer device the most important. The dialer device and then the coordinate map, the most important items in the entire universe to understand how to use the gate network. But then his character died. It was like fucking assassinated JFK style. And the map was broken up into 3 parts, and the dialer devices were all destroyed except for one. And it became a major plot point for one where a group of characters found the dialer, but couldn't figure out how to use the map because the map doesn't exist. Well, it exists, but it's in 3 parts. And it's not 3 parts as in 3 pieces of paper. No, they actually broke the map up magically into 1 part's the map, 1 part's the coordinates, and 1 part's the actual numbers that make the whole thing work. And you need all 3 parts layered together, sandwiched together, and then lit, so that way you can see it and now know how to use the gate network. And it turned into a major plot point as people were fighting and killing each other to get access to a global teleportation network again. And it became an interesting fight, and it ended up being because what they didn't realize was there was a class higher than 4, which was a way off planet to go somewhere else. And so when they found out that the class 5 gates exist, and they realized the class 5 gate existed, and it wasn't built by the guy who's now been dead for a century, they were like, who built the class 5 gate? And then it became a huge fight to prevent the bad guys from getting access to the class 5 gate. And it ended up being a player, one of the players who found who figured it out, built the map, layered it together, got the dialer, and then when this big fight's happening, she turned around, looked at the gate, dialed in all 8 numbers, and then the magic 9th number, aka the 9th gate, activated it, and then jumped backwards through it, and then turned it off as she went through. She took the dialer and the map with her, and left the entire network. Like, her character is not in the campaign anymore. She's
gone.
She's gone. She's somewhere else. She's having her own new life, her own new adventures, but she's gone. And she's never returning, because she realizes that if she comes back, that bad guys are out there who want the gate. And the gate no longer works. She's got the only dialer, she's got the only coordinate map, and she's on another world. She doesn't care anymore. And the party's just sitting here going, you bitch! You grade A fucking stone cold bitch. And she's like, it was the only way to save the entire, to prevent what was the bad guys from escaping and going to do something nefarious. And they're like, no, we don't blame you for that. Could you have at least waited for all of us to go with? And she's like, oh, I didn't think about that. She just saw there was a horrible fight that was a pitched battle that could have gone both ways, and so she decided that I'm taking the problem out of the equation, and then she's gone. And I'm like, well, that's one way to solve it. And now on my world, there's this massive network of gates that nobody can use, and it's great. And every once in a while, I'll have players will go digging around in some ancient ruin that's been abandoned for a millennia and a half, and they'll go, "Why is there a Stargate in here?" And they're like, "Where's the DHD? Where's the DHD?" And I go, "There's no DHD." And they're like, "Well, shit." And they just leave the Stargate. These Stargates scattered all over the world that are just sitting there waiting for no one. No one's going to come back and use them, but they're just ruins, relics of indestructible relics of an older age, and that unless somebody can reassemble a dialer device and then reassemble how the maps were all worked. And the problem is that the maps are based on a global coordinate system I developed to help with his help, and the world's changed. Like the actual map has actually changed. Like, continents have actually broken apart and changed their position a bit. So 3/4 of the gates no longer would work anyway, because they're no longer accurate. The coordinates are no longer there. Are no longer going to reach like you're dialing. We're sorry, Detroit no longer exists. Wait, what? Yeah, it moved. What? It's out of alignment. And unless somebody wants to go through and calculate continental drift and reshift half the gates back to where they were, change all the numbers for after the apocalypse, then they can sit back and go, okay, now we can use the dialing device. But it's one of those moments where I kind of smile and knowingly nod to that player, and she gets to go, yeah, I know, I fucked the entire world over. And I go, you did the right thing. Your players don't think you did, but you did the right thing. And I like because when players take these wonderful moments and then make that, make it emotional, make an emotional, intelligent, she wasn't thinking that. I don't want to say she wasn't thinking, but she was thinking like how a person would think, rather than what would be the optimal solution that would get me the most results. She just chose it. She just chose and went, I'm gone, bye. And when the gate activated, she just jumped through and then went, boom, boom. Now it's, and I'm like, awesome. And that's one of those high point stories that I'm gonna look back on for a long time and go, and that was like months and months of work, like months of actual playtime leading up to that moment of watching the player just make the ultimate sacrifice and go, my character's out of the campaign. Goodbye. Boom. And they were gone. And they're like, I'm like, you can make a new character now. And like, yeah, I know. I'll have one. I'll have one for next week. And I'm like, cool. And everyone else kind of just gave her this evil fucking like stare, like, how dare you go off to go have more adventures somewhere else without us, and then never come back. And I'm just like, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. But I love having moments like that where I had one player who just went, I have players who just do crazy things because they're like, because I don't tell them, I don't want to say I don't tell them no, but when they get a dumb idea, I don't say that's a dumb idea. I go, well, how are you going to do that idea? And then let them run with that idea for as long as it takes to whatever conclusion they reach. And that conclusion may be death. That conclusion may be literally, as one player did it. I hated this. There was this dramatic fight I had between two of my most major villains on top of a cliff next to the ocean. And the party had lured these two who have been trying to kill each other, but they've been playing this game of never actually, they're using agents and other weird shit. They were orbiting each other, and the party forces the final confrontation. Well, one of my players has had a gimmick. He's had a gimmick item that he wants to use so badly. It was a summon Kraken spell. Just summon a Kraken. But he's like, but they're on a cliff 500 feet in the air. How do I get my Kraken from the ocean to 500 feet? And then he looked at the map and then went, I've got an idea. Hey, so when's the fight starting? And they're like, about now. We plan on having them all here at about this time. He's like, all right. And so he literally, like, he chooses to not be part of the final fight because he flies himself over across the ocean basin, plants a bunch of explosives, detonates it, and creates a tidal wave that races across the ocean basin, and then when it reaches the shoreline, becomes this giant, monstrous super tsunami. And that is when he who is riding the wave rides in and then uses summon Kraken in the tidal wave. So this big fight happens, and also this giant tsunami that wipes out an entire abandoned ruined dead city, just so that way he can deliver a giant squid to a fight. And I'm sitting here going, holy, Okay, so you detonate a fuck ton of explosives to create an underwater landslide, to create a tsunami, so you can ride it like a surfboard across the ocean. So you can summon a kraken, so you can fling a giant octopus, a giant tentacle octopus squid thing at the villains, and he's like, yes.
Sounds about right.
Oh my god. And he did all the math, he figured it out, and it was funny. They were having this dramatic conversation, and in the background, everyone, you see this what looks like a wall of water slowly encroaching on you. And like it slowly, it's very distant. It looks small, and it's getting bigger very quickly. And they went, oh no, John, did you do that? And John's sitting here laughing because he's like, I did. And he gets to finally be able to use his Kraken spell, and then beats these two villains with the Kraken. The Kraken gets no chance to attack. It's literally just a blood. The Kraken's as confused as the villains are. Because it's just like, I have a Kraken. I'm here. What's this cliff thing? What the? And just literally just freight trains, like just broadsides these two villains with a wall of water that was going to kill them anyway, and the Kraken, who just adds insult to injury. They died to calamari. That's what they died to. And the party's just sitting here. The other players are just sitting here watching this, going, "Oh my fucking god, John! You killed them with with a squid." He's like, nah, yeah, I killed him with a squid. The wall of water was just bonus. And he's just like, but I finally used it. You guys said I'd never use it, but I used it. Oh my god. John. Why? You wiped out an ancient city that was abandoned just to hit a bad guy with a fish. Two bad guys with a big fish. Fuck.
Works. It fucking works.
Right. How many games do you get to actually fucking do that kind of stupidity for? And I love it. That's why I so badly want to go back to this world, and why whatever game engine I go to, it has to be able to allow for, I don't want to call it stupidity, but for over the top in hijinks on that level. I want people to be able to detonate nukes and summon fish to beat someone to death with a fish. That's what I want. That's the scale of insanity I need in my games. And why it's like, I need you to play something boring, and I'm like, can I do something over the top? No. Okay. All right. I'll play nice. But I want a character who could cut a battlecruiser in half with a sword swipe. You can't do that. Oh, come on! It's one of the splendid cats. It doesn't have armor. It's just a fucking. Come on! It's just mostly tinfoil. No, you can't cut. No, your sword is not a weave sword. It can't cut. It hasn't been folded 1,000 times. It can cut through a tank. But I want to. My skill allows me to ignore hardness. No. Fuck. Okay, it's now almost 2 in the morning. I think it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah. For the handful of guys that are out there watching us on YouTube and other locations, which I'm sure my CIA handler and FBI handler is going to.
And mine.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I forgot you. Yep.
I'm on my own watch list.
So. He's got his own satellite.
I know.
We will be back here doing this in 2 weeks from now on the 16th of December, after immediately following the playtest. And that playtest campaign, I know this sounds really weird. You guys can expect playtest campaigns to be popping up. Like I told Chris and everybody else in the other game, I'm done running Pathfinder. I like Pathfinder, don't get me wrong, it's great, but it's not everything I want it to be. And I don't like being stuck with a system where I have to run everything by this book. No, not in the least bit. I want to run a game that I want to run. And sometimes there's ideas that are in other books or in other systems that work out better. And once the players play that, they really don't want to go back to the by book way. I appreciate everybody being here. Kai, you are a genius and a savant of game design and theory, I should add. And if there's anything to be said, for those of you that do not catch us on the 16th, please have a Merry Christmas or Happy Hanukkah or whatever other holiday you venerate, whatever means anything to you, because we plan to be back here the 16th and also the 30th of December.
I'll be here.
My name is Bruce. This is Kai. We'll see you soon.
Take care, everybody.